Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, to Not Generations Behind, but the yearly show I do with my good pal, Bird Dog Gaming, Christian, my co host of Collective Perspective, and all that jazz. Christian, how are you this fine Friday evening as we record this?
I just got my backup audio recording right before I started talking, so that was perfect. I'm great, man. I'm glad to be here. I love that we're calling it the yearly What We Beat podcast.
The yearly What We Beat podcast, episode 100. Do not forget, giving away a sealed stadium events. You don't want to
My
miss it.
my fear is that they're gonna just advance in technology and medicine so much that we are going to live that long.
That we're going to be obligated.
Our 130th birthdays, we're gonna be freaking forking over a fat NES game.
It's also incredible that you think that we would be doing this for that long anyway, even if we were alive.
You got something better to do?
Imagine a couple of 130-year-olds talking about the games they beat. That'd be awesome. This show is a lot of fun. I look forward to doing it every year, as in the last 2 years and this year. But I do actually want to keep doing it as long as we are friends, which is for the foreseeable future. So I don't know about you. I played a lot of games last year. The most I've ever beaten in 1 year, 75. A unemployed amount of video games, which is funny because you're the one that was unemployed for a little bit last year, not me.
A little bit, 8 months.
And I beat 16 games that released in 2025 and 59 games that were from years prior. It was a good year for me in terms of that. I talked about it on other shows I've done, but I think like this year my goal is to actually play less games. Like I want to like catch up on some TV shows and movies, and it's like I've been a One Piece fan for years and I still haven't caught up on the One Piece manga. So there's a lot of other media that I would like to kind of catch myself up on. But I still do plan on playing some more games this year. But last year, an unemployed amount of video games were played. How many games did you play last year?
Yeah, I'd love to share some stats as well. It was one shy. I remember it was New Year's Eve about a month ago, and I was like, "Am I really gonna not beat 50 games?" I beat 49 games, and I was like, "Man, if I didn't have plans New Year's Eve, I would have just sat there and beat some freaking NES
Get
game
it
or
out
some
of the
Game
way.
Boy game." But man, I'm at 49, unfortunately.
It's a rough number. It's not a fun number. It couldn't be 69. Couldn't be 67. Couldn't be 42.0. Had to be 49.
I'm telling everyone I beat 50 games.
Avoid the
But
shame.
2025 releases, I beat 13,
Nice. Look at you.
and uh, I have breakdown by decade. Let me fly through this real quick.
Yes,
The
by all
80s
means.
games, three games from the 80s.
Okay.
This is crazy. 13 of them came out in the 90s. We got 8 from the 2000s, 2 from the 2010s, and the other 23 were from this decade, the 2020s.
Nice. I probably should. I would like to track stuff like that, but I have a separate page on my sheet of every game I've ever beaten, and that's where I put like all the details. For like the tab for year by year, it's just like the game, the date I beat it, and then the rating that I give it out of 10. But I like that because it makes it easier to go back and see what you played throughout the year. That's smart. Maybe I should add that. I guess I could always just do an X lookup in Google Sheets because I know how to do an X lookup. I'm quite the Excel whiz, as they say. But yeah, that's cool. That's something I noticed off topic a little bit, but I've only beaten like a handful of games from the '80s, so I really got to work on those numbers. I'm a bit of a fake retro gamer, unfortunately, but I did beat a game from 1985 yesterday, so you'll hear about that next year. You'll have to wait. I'm baiting him to come back next year, Christian. Gotta give the people something to yearn for.
Now that I'm doing my games beaten of all time list, I'll be able to see like all the stuff I've beaten by year, and I've already started working on the table and I made a graph because who doesn't love a good bar graph?
Oh, I love a good dude. I'm a slut for a good bar graph. You have no idea.
So it doesn't even like it doesn't show just because I don't know how to use Google Sheets like a master yet, but it currently doesn't show the years I haven't beaten any. Like it doesn't say 0. It just skips that year on the graph. So like I never beat a game that released in 1987 apparently. So just
You're
like
missing
things like
out.
that,
Great year.
things like that are interesting. But yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, if you guys see us change, attire at some point, that's because this is late when we're recording at Christian's time. So we might end up splitting this in two halves. We will combine it to be one big podcast. But we might do 2 recording sessions for ourselves because last year we went, I think it was like almost 4 hours, just like 10 minutes short.
Yeah.
And not trying to do that to you, but you did bring this upon yourself because you texted me out of the blue and said, "Are we doing this tonight?" And I was like, well, I'm sitting here doing nothing, so let's get the ball rolling. First game I beat, January 8th of 2025, Pokemon Scarlet. So I was a few years late to the party. I started playing it the holiday before, and I had a very good time with it. I definitely enjoyed it way more than Pokemon Sword and Shield. I think that those are actually bad games. I'm not a fan of Pokemon Sword and Shield, but I did like Pokemon Scarlet a lot. I think that the open world very much caters to the way that Pokemon plays. It's fun just running around the world and seeing all these little creatures. I think that the obtuseness of getting the legendaries in this game is a little bit annoying. It's a pain in the butt unless you look stuff up. That being said, I did not get the legendaries because I didn't feel like Googling it or figuring it out myself. My biggest issue is just that Pokemon is so awkward without the voice acting. They really gotta start paying some people to start speaking these lines out loud. The cutscenes, and it was a problem, in Pokemon ZA later in the year. It was a problem in Sword and Shield before that. It was a problem in Legends Arceus. They really just gotta start adding voice acting to these games. That's probably my biggest criticism. And the fact that, it ran at like 10 frames per second on the Nintendo Switch. Switch 2 fixes that, so I no longer have that criticism held against it in its current state. But I actually would recommend not playing this game at all unless you have a Switch 2, because it's like nauseating how bad those frame rates get sometimes. The only reason I was able to handle it was I played the game mostly in handheld mode, and I don't know if this is just a me thing or if other people experience this. It's easier for me to handle low frame rates on a smaller screen. But if I'm playing, a game on a 55-inch TV in my game room or whatever it is, a 50-inch, whatever I have in there, and it's running at like 12 frames a second, that's going to make me nauseous. So, I guess if you really want to play this game, I do recommend it. I think it's a very fun Pokemon game. Probably the best of like the last 4 or 5 that we've gotten. I recommend either playing it in handheld or playing it on a Switch 2.
I probably talked about it when I beat it last year or whatever, but I freaking love that game, and I think that, as far as the voice acting goes, they're just a small indie developer. You can't really expect them to have.
Shut up.
I love that game so much. It was my thing that I would say about it was like it's insane how bad it runs, but it doesn't. It's just so fun that it almost doesn't matter. It was crazy.
It was easy to forgive, even though it's unforgivable. Ironically enough. Because there is no excuse for that game to run as poorly as it did. It's only the most profitable media franchise in the world. And I will say the Terastal, Crystal, that was not the best gimmick Pokemon's ever come up with. The mixing of typing with it was cool, but visually it was really crappy, especially compared to VMAXing or Dynamax or whatever these other different things are called. I can't remember all the different kind of mega evolutions, different things like that. Visually, it was the worst kind of gimmicky thing for Pokemon that they've done. But gameplay wise, I think that it probably is the most fun that I've had since Sun and Moon, which are people make fun of me, but those are my favorite Pokemon games. So
you couldn't make me care about the terastallizing stuff. It was boring, and it performed. That was where the game really performed horribly.
Went from 12 frames to 8 frames. It's rough.
Yeah.
What was the first game you beat in 2025, sir?
I don't replay a lot of games, but I replayed Steam World Build, and I think I beat it in 2023 the first time, so you wouldn't have heard me talk about it last episode. But
Last
this
episode.
this game came out in 2023. It is I guess it's kind of like a world builder type game, a management simulator, and you are it's kind of a mesh of multiple genres, which I fell in love with so much that I replayed it, and I was actually gonna replay it this past December, 2 months ago, and it wasn't on Game Pass anymore. I have to actually purchase my game, so that
The first
sucks.
Xbox user to buy a game in the last decade.
So they're gonna get my money for sure. They deserve it, but basically it's a Steam. It's a world builder, and you have on the top surface it's a management sim. You place your buildings, you get your resources, but then you unlock another like a level below the surface, below the earth's surface, and now you have to go start like mining and digging and hiring employees to do your bidding for you underground. And um it goes 3 layers deep, and there's a lot of exploration to do, and it's just like this perfect balance of the two genres where you have um you get bored of one thing, and you go back underground and you start working at that, and you get as far as you can underground exploring the depths and everything. And you get to a point where you're stuck and you can't progress any further without XYZ resources, and so you go back above ground and start working on that. You have to pave your own roads, and you have to pave them in like the most ergonomic way you can so that your employees can get to and from their destinations as fast as possible. There's upgrades, lots of different currencies, lots of different resources to mine, and the whole game maybe takes like, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours for a run through. And the game came before any DLC or anything. It just came with like 8 maps to choose from, and so that's why I was able to replay. Is like I played the first map I wanted to explore that, and then the following year I played a totally different map, and it was like, same general gameplay, but it was different enough that I didn't feel like I was playing the same thing over again. And I highly recommend this game if you like management sims.
Yeah, I haven't played any of the SteamWorld games. I would definitely like to check the series out eventually. Would you say Build is a good start? I know they're all kind of different genres, but um,
I'm a crazy person that has never played the other ones.
oh,
I
okay,
just
there
played
you go.
Build.
So, but yeah, you do kind of like your management kind of building sims, right?
Yeah, I think I had a little taste of it when I was a kid. I played a little bit of the Roller Coaster Tycoon on PC, but it wasn't until like the last 5 years or so I started playing the Two Point series
Mm-hmm.
by Sega, and I really like those games.
Yeah, I've always wanted to check them out because you always talk so highly of them. But I have not played any of them yet, so might have to try to check them out.
Yep.
Next up for me, so I'm gonna lump these three together because they're all part of the same series, and they're all mid to bad, and that's gonna be the Golden Axe trilogy. So I beat Golden Axe 1 on January 13th, Golden Axe 2 January 14th, and then 3 days later Golden Axe 3 on the 17th. I found Golden Axe 1 to just be kind of boring. Golden Axe 2 was just a slight improvement, and then Golden Axe 3 was just absolutely atrocious, and I couldn't stand it. I actually did not want to finish it, but we are doing it for my other show, Generations Behind, for our homeboy Tyler Haight, and he loves these games. He's very nostalgic for them, so we thought it'd be fun to do an episode, for him, for games from his childhood, and then that basically just turned into a podcast episode of shitting on some of his favorite childhood games. Golden Axe, for those of you that don't know, kind of side-scrolly beat-em-ups, kind of themed medievally, but there's just not a lot of substance to these games. There's not a lot of move variety, and I don't know. I really think that they're just kind of forgettable. There's not that much special about them. I'm kind of surprised that they're it's like a well-known Sega series, just because I found them to be completely mediocre to bad overall as a franchise. I know that there's other games in the series. Absolutely, I have like negative interest in checking out any of the other games after playing the main three. So
I played I played the first one for the podcast, for your podcast, just to kind of be on topic while you guys were talking about it. It was an experience. I mean, it was. I think everyone's played the games before,
but no one's ever actually beaten them.
No one's ever taken the time to like sit there and grind at it and just like die and die and die. And it was like, I had the ultimate experience. I put it on the Genesis, I put it on the CRT. I was like, this is going to be great. I've always heard great things. I've played them a little bit here and there. And it was just like, I mean, it was a slog. It's just the most repetitive beat 'em up I think that there could be. There's only, I feel like there's a lot of cheap spots where you're just forced to take damage, and there's like patterns of like attacks that you should be doing, which I don't like at all. I don't like that there's like, you should be doing your little sprint and attack so that you don't get hurt on this section. I don't know. I guess that's just, it was 1989 when the first one came out. It kind of makes sense that it was like that, but I don't think it's aged great. I wouldn't recommend it.
Thank you for agreeing.
I've never played the other two.
I'm like I said, Golden Axe 2 is a slight improvement. That was the only one of the three where I like wasn't bashing my head against the wall, but I still don't really think that is worth playing. And then Golden Axe 3, like, avoid at all costs. I thought that was a miserable experience. It was by far the most unfair. It was the longest. The graphics were the worst. The music was the worst. Everything about it was worse than number 1 and number 2. So it's like they totally just like, I don't know what happened to that one. I'm sure there's a bit of a story behind it, but not good.
So there's like the Master System one that's like an RPG. There's the PS3 one that is apparently trash. Is that all of them?
There's a fighting game on the Saturn.
Oh wow.
I think that there's maybe 1 or 2 like arcade exclusive ones that never got ported to anything. There is a Game Gear game as well that I think is also I think it's a side-scrolling kind of like RPG, almost like an ActRaiser kind of thing, but without like the kind of like city building management, whatever kind of funky thing ActRaiser has going on.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so it's there's a good amount of games in the series, but I don't know. I don't see people clamoring for a new Golden Axe, and rightfully so. All right, what you got next, sir?
Well, I had Golden Axe, but I can go for another one if you want.
Yeah, why not? Because I just technically went through 3, so.
So Balatro, I don't know what you count as beating this game, audience, but I did my first run through on January 8th of last year, and it's an amazing, what is it, a roguelike? It's a poker roguelike game. But it was like, what, did it win Game of the Year?
No.
It was nominated for a bunch of stuff. And it was a great game. I played it on my iPhone, paid $10 for that bad boy.
It's the best way to play that game.
It's just like, it's always on me. I don't have my Switch on me all the time. I do have my phone, and actually, yeah, I have played it on console since then, and it's like way better to have a touchscreen, honestly. But yeah, I don't need to talk about it too much. Everybody knows what it is. It's a great time. I have since gone back and like finished another run or two, and I'll just like pick it up and play it when I have some, waiting for a doctor's appointment or whatever. It's the perfect pick up and play game.
It really is perfect for that. Absolutely love Balatro. I'm the same with you. I counted it as a game beaten, I think, last year. Some people say it's like you got to get like at least like a sticker on the deck. I think that listener of our shows, Rob, has said that before. Don't know if I totally agree. I think that you get through Ante 8, and then anything after that's kind of a bonus, right? But it's so good, it's so addicting. It never gets old. It really is like one of the few games out there that's probably perfect, especially once you get it, because it takes a little while. Like you don't, for a while, like for me at least, where I was like, oh, you can move around the jokers. That changes the way that the math plays out, this, that, the other. You could kind of game some of the jokers, like the knife that eats the one next to it. You just use it, and then you can move it around, and the multiplier, yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of
Yeah.
ways you could build really good decks, and it's one of those games. It really is up there with like the Tetrises of the world, where it's just so fun, never gets old. Also like Tetris, the music always banging, has one song that never gets old. You could listen to it forever.
Crazy.
It's just such a phenomenal video game. Yeah, it's great. I would love to get I'm sure that they probably sell it like a deck of like actual poker cards where it's just all art from the games or different things like that, but
If they don't, they certainly should.
they certainly should. I would like to get a physical copy to put on the shelf for a console. I think that'd be funny just to have. I'll never play it on console, but
Didn't it like come with a deck of cards or something?
I think it came with like a set of like different Joker cards, but not like a full deck or anything.
It was down to like $10 in one year. I just never pulled the trigger.
Regrets. Next for me, January 17th, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, excuse me. Have you ever played the Stanley Parable, Christian?
No, I know it's a big one. Tell me about it.
It is a big one. I think it was a little harsh, looking at how I spoke about it when I played it early last year, and kind of even looking at the rating I gave it now, because I gave it a 5, and I definitely think that it's not that, it's above average for sure. I think that I enjoyed it, but I went in with too high of expectations because kind of, it's a bit of a legendary game. It was kind of doing like the meta fourth breaking wall kind of thing that we've seen many games do now. But I think at the time it was probably a bit more novel because this game's pretty old now at this point. So I think that something like that just didn't really stick out to me, something special. The humor was still great. And there's a bajillion different endings to this game. I went through and got a couple of them. I didn't go through and get everything. And this game goes on sale all the time. I think that's definitely worth picking up on a sale if you're curious. Because not a lot of, even if it's just for the fact that not a lot of video games are funny, or even if they try to be funny, they're usually not successful. That this game will get like a good couple hard chuckles out of you at least, or a couple of good like when you breathe really hard out of your nose when you hear something a little funny. You'll get at least a handful of those. So on sale, definitely worth it for that price. But maybe just lower expectations of it because, like I said, I think that in my mind the bar was set super high. But we've just had a lot more kind of meta fourth wall breaking kind of media since this came out. So I think I think I would appreciate it more if I played it when it came out opposed to playing it in the big 25.
That's exactly how I felt. I started playing Braid last year,
Oh.
Jonathan Blow game, and it's like it's great. It's an awesome 2D platformer, but I don't think that it's like number one game of all time like people have described it to be.
Mm-hmm.
That game was really freaking hard. I never finished it.
It's not on the list.
You're not going to hear me talk about it anymore.
All right.
Yeah, I
well,
have Stanley on my wish list though. I'm keeping an eye out for a save. For a price drop for sure.
Yeah, I got it because it was a PlayStation Plus monthly game. So I don't know if you have PlayStation Plus. If you do, you might actually already own it. If you might have redeemed it and you
there
don't
we
even
go.
know.
One of my favorite games of last year that I played came out in 2024. It's called Pepper Grinder.
Oh, yes, I heard you praising this long ago.
I love platformers. This game is it's an indie title. It was published by who is that very popular publisher? Devolver, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They it's just like a really fun it's hard to call it a platformer. The most of your platforming is done with a drill that they call the pepper grinder, but you're drilling through dirt and earth and flying through the air and landing inside of platforms and stuff. And that pretty much describes the whole game. I would say that it's got a good amount of collectibles. You think of Celeste. where you have like these separate rooms where you challenge yourself to go get these strawberries. It's like they have things like that in the game. Totally optional stuff, but very rewarding whenever you do it, and you either you find a secret or you just like challenge yourself to see if you can do this really hard challenge or whatever. It's a very rewarding game, and it was probably like 4 or 5 hours, just like the perfect length, and I loved it. I thought it was such a good game. Scratched a certain part of my brain for sure.
Yeah, I think I want to check that one out eventually. Was that last year or the year before? I'm sorry. I already forgot what you said.
Came out in 24.
Was it 24? Okay. So you could probably get that one on the cheap now too if you're interested. That's good. Next for me, I believe you played this game too, but much later in the year. On January 25th, I beat Medieval, the PlayStation 1 game. I absolutely adore this game. It's very funny. It's very challenging. A little unfair maybe, but I forgive it because I think the game has an incredible amount of charm. The music, oh my god, the music is so good. I absolutely love the music of this game. It is essentially a kind of just like 3D action game. It has a little bit of platforming, but not much. It's more just about kind of running around, hacking and slashing. And you just kind of go through, different kind of like spooky graveyard levels, castles, different things like that. You're trying to stop an evil wizard, yada yada. The story's kind of whatever, but fantastic game. But the background story of the game is actually what's more fun and interesting. Sir Daniel Fortescue, of course, he's renowned as like the legend, the hero of the land. And in reality, when the Great War happened, he died. He was the first one to die, got an arrow to the face, or whatever it is. And like in the legends of the land, he's considered like the great war hero. But then, when you come back to life to take down the wizard, it's like all of the ghosts of people that fought in the war with you are making fun of you the whole time, and it's just great. It has such an excellent sense of humor. And like I said, I feel like it could be a little unfair sometimes, especially with like, getting more health is the big thing in the game. The game is very not generous, with refilling your health and giving you more health. And you could even kind of run out of resources for health, which is horrifying. I think it is probably possible to soft lock yourself in this game if you're bad enough. But luckily I didn't have that problem. I played it on PlayStation 5. I 100%ed the game. I got the sweet platinum trophy, and I would highly recommend this game. I absolutely loved it. It's definitely one of my favorite PlayStation 1 games. I definitely want to get around to playing the sequel because they also put that on PlayStation 5, but have not got around to it yet.
I would play the sequel. Let me see. I beat this in like November. I had started playing it in October for the spooky season. Yeah, I beat it mid-November. And I actually took notes because I was preparing for this podcast like all year. Like
Hell
I
yeah.
took notes for a select few games because I really didn't want to forget things.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one that I took a lot of notes for. Essentially, each level has like runes that you need to find, and they act as keys for you to progress through the level. There's a lot of weapons by the time
Mm-hmm.
you're at the end of the game. You start out with your sword that's like kind of your infinite ammo thing, but then you have like all these cool weapons that you can get that are like most of them are limited in how many before they break, and you have to pay to fix them. You got your freaking long range, and you've got your close range stuff, and yeah, the crazy thing, as you mentioned, is the health in this game. I've never seen anything like it.
Ruthless.
It's you can go back and repeat any level you want that you've already played. Some of them have health fountains, and they
Mm-hmm.
will fill you up, but they only have 300 HP in them, and you by the end of the game need a lot more than 300 health. And um, you alluded to it, but the fountains dry up like
Mm-hmm.
it's insane. And you told me this as I was playing it to kind of help me
I was like, don't waste
understand.
it.
Yeah, like you would never expect that. That's probably in the manual, but you would
Hmm.
never expect that in a
Well,
video
and
game.
not only that, but it's extra cruel because the game will let you use the fountain even if you have full health.
Yeah.
So it's like you could just accidentally waste it if you're standing there not paying attention.
um so you get these bottles to extend your health bar, the bottles of life or whatever. Um Overall, I put a few likes on here. The music was great. You mentioned it.
It's so
Voice
good.
acting was a great touch.
Hmm.
I'm really happy that that game was voice acted. Um, and yeah, the whole vibe and atmosphere is super super cool.
Yeah,
I have some negatives.
my
The
heart.
camera
No, go ahead.
the camera is not perfect in this game, but it is not unplayable.
True. It's a PS1 game, so
Yeah.
to be expected.
I mean, like you compare it to other stuff, Rayman 2 of the era, I think the camera is probably better than Rayman 2. But you know, it has its issues,
And
and
that's
that
coming
sucks
from
in
Mr.
some people.
Rayman, so
um, there were a few platforming sections because of the camera that were kind of like based on luck because your camera is stuck, you can't see where you're trying to land. It's frustrating.
yeah, there's that
Um,
specific level where it's like mostly lakes, and you have to kind of go through like the thin parts of like the land. I'm sure that's what you're talking about, right? That.
yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
It's hard to aim your attacks and hit enemies. This was something I struggled with a lot in the game. Was that an issue for you?
Um, I think no, only because I pretty much just used the sword the whole time because I just found it fun to be swinging around the whole time.
Yeah.
When it came to the long range weapons, it definitely was harder and easier to waste ammo.
The most brutal part of this game, maybe second most after the limited health, is that you desperately need invincibility frames. You get
Yeah,
knocked
there's not
back,
much. You get dogpiled once you get hit.
it's nonstop, and there's a lot of sections in the game where you have like waves of enemies. There's like 15 dudes trying to kill you all at once, and if they hit you, that's it. Like you keep getting hit. Like
Yeah.
you have a shield which is also limited, but it's crazy. The invincibility frames would actually do wonders for this game.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like this is the game with the fastest zombies I've ever seen in a video game. Like every movie is moving 3 times speed. Like every enemy moves 3 times faster than you. It's incredible.
The health is an issue as we mentioned, but if it wasn't clear, you don't start a level with full health. So I think that would be a game changer as well.
Yeah, you carry over whatever damage you had previously.
There's no lives, so when you run out of health, it's game over. You know, in typical PS1 fashion, you are sent to the freaking home screen. I wrote it down because I got so many game overs. I wrote it down. It takes 45 seconds to get back to the level you were just on.
That is
That's
pretty
kind of a
rough.
lot, and
I
it's like
still bet it's shorter
15.
than Symphony of the Night though.
I hate Symphony of the Night's game over screens so much.
Brutal.
Yeah, I've been playing Rayman 1 lately with my cousin. The same thing. I don't know what they were doing. I'm sure it has something to do with like hardware and RAM and stuff, but it makes me so mad.
Rayman 1 might be the hardest game that I've ever played, period. Rayman 1
It
is so
might be the
impossibly
hardest game
hard.
ever.
I truly don't know if it's possible to beat that game without like an extra lives cheat or something. I really don't know how it could be possible. That game is so unfairly hard. I love it to death, grew up with it, and I could never beat it, and I don't think I ever can. I don't think I have it in me.
My cousin and I have spent like 10 hours playing the game. We're like 4 levels in, maybe 5.
Exactly.
It's so brutal.
It's so hard. Oh my god, but I love that game. Aesthetically, one of the best looking games of all time. Again, the soundtrack 10 out of 10. But will it ever
Yeah.
be truly discussed in length on this show? Probably not.
Yeah, for real. Um, Simply moving around in medieval is kind of janky. It gets you into trouble a lot. You know, you just kind of tap your stick a little bit, and it sends you further than you would have wanted to go.
He's
And it
flailing
can make
around.
it can make platforming difficult and lead to insta death, which is brutal. Um, Combat just feels like you absolutely have to take damage. Once again, I'm going to use the word janky. And the finite amount of health. We already talked about that. So that's it. And I'm going to tell you right now, all these negatives written down, I still look back on this game pretty fondly. Like, I had a great time with it, and it's got to be due to the atmosphere that it makes and just the way that you feel playing it. Um, I hopefully two fixes some of the things that I just listed because it is a sequel. You would expect them to make things better, but um, I don't know. So I meant to talk about my background. I had played the PSP one before
Mm.
and hated that. And then I had played the PS1 for like a level or two, and I don't remember why I stopped playing it, but you were actually the reason that I picked it up this year and gave it a shot for October, and I'm
Yeah,
glad I did.
I think you made like an Instagram post where you're just like, I wanted to like this game and I didn't, and I was like, try again. And you're like, well, you played the remake, didn't you? I was like, no, I played the PS1 version.
I could that's yeah, I was kind of surprised that you didn't play the remake. I think anyone playing the remake is probably having just a world of difference
Well,
playing it.
I'll
It's
tell
got
you
to be
now, and maybe it's it's years ago, so I don't totally remember. But I played the remake when it came out. I bought it and I didn't like it, and then I played the PS1 version and I absolutely love it. So, but again, a lot of the sauce is lost in the remake. It's just something
yeah.
about the aesthetic of this game matched with it being like a PS1 game, matched with like the kind of crunchy but orchestrated audio. Like everything about it is just such a vibe. Like this is like the game that like I want to play every October now. I did not play it in October originally, but like this would be like a fun like yearly Halloween play, like how some people play Luigi's Mansion every year. I think it'd be so fun to
Yeah.
play Medieval every year. That to me, it's like the ultimate Halloween game now.
I wish I knew how many hours I spent in it because it was hard for me, man.
It's a
It
tough
was
game.
very tough. I didn't think I was gonna finish it, but I knocked it out. It felt very satisfying.
Yeah, I was proud of myself getting all the chalices and getting the platinum trophy because
Man.
some people might just assume that I used rewind or save states. No, I forgot that was even a thing when I played this game.
Oh wow.
So it's like I didn't use rewind or save states because I forgot. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten tempted at some point because, like you said, some of that platforming leads to some unfair deaths, and I just got annoyed and tried again. But no, yeah, so I did it legit. Not that I could ever prove it, but I also have no reason to lie to you guys. So
Maybe this year we play two. I'm all in the mood for it now.
that'd be fun. Yeah, we should do that. And we could do a 30-year too late spoiler cast on Medieval 2. That'd be awesome.
Heck yeah.
All right, what did you play next?
I think that that was a lot. Um,
Do you need a break? Should I go again?
yeah, go ahead.
All right, so after that, one day later on January 26th, I played Sayonara Wild Hearts. This game was also somehow, I don't know if it was like the bonus tier or the regular, but it was some sort of PlayStation Plus game. And I heard good things about it, so I wanted to try it out eventually anyway. And very glad I did. I'm a big fan of rhythm games, and this is one of the most fun and most interesting and unique rhythm games I've ever played. Um, the developers described this game as a playable pop album, and that is probably the perfect way to describe it. All the music is unique to it, and it is just absolutely fantastic. There's a lot of like hidden Easter eggs and secrets you could figure out. I wasn't able to figure out almost any of them, and I was shocked by the time I beat the game. Not a single trophy earned because all the trophies are tied to like the secrets you could find in the levels, and I didn't come across a single one. So very replayable in that way if you care about replayability in your games. But just as a rhythm game that took me one sitting about an hour to finish, cannot recommend it enough. It's very fun, very flashy, has a lot of heart, no pun intended, very stylish. And I thought the soundtrack was absolutely banging. And that's a hard thing to do, I feel like, when you make a rhythm game and it's like all original music. It's easy to play like a Guitar Hero or something where it's like, oh, I know Metallica, I know Aerosmith or whatever. When you're playing a rhythm game and all the music is unique to it, I feel like it could be very hard to sell somebody on that because, they're not familiar with the music. And that's kind of the main selling point of the game is a good soundtrack. And it is a phenomenal soundtrack. They nailed the music in this game, which is the most important part. So, shout out to Sayonara Wild Hearts.
Yeah, I guess you probably needed a break from difficult video game age after that one.
Yeah, Sayonara Wild Hearts was not too difficult. It had a couple of moments where I definitely had to like. It's not really game over. It's more just like a try again kind of thing. But it was a fun, relaxing romp. Like I said, that I was able to beat in one sitting, which is also nice.
I've never really experienced a rhythm game with like a controller. I've always played Guitar Hero and Rock Band.
There's some great ones. The Parappa games. One of my favorite games of all time, Elite Beat Agents on the DS. I absolutely love. The Project Diva games, which are all like Hatsune Miku and stuff. There's a lot of good rhythm games out there. Persona 3, 4, and 5 all have rhythm games, and as everyone knows, Persona music is banging. So, Rhythm Heaven, we're getting a new Rhythm Heaven this year. Very exciting. One of the best genres of games.
Elite Beat doesn't use the touchscreen, or what?
Oh, it does, yeah.
Hmm.
It's all touchscreen, actually, so that doesn't fit your criteria, but whatever. You should still play it. It's it has Avril Lavigne, it has Sum 41, it has some great songs on there. It has Hoobastank, my boys in Hoobastank.
Next up, my cousin and I finished up a game that we had started in 2024, The Legend of Zelda Minish Cap.
Let's go. That's on my list as well, but not till later, so hit it. What do you got to say about Minish Cap?
The game is beautiful. It's adorable. It's some awesome pixel art game. I don't have to talk about the soundtrack of any Zelda game, but I will say the soundtrack is incredible, and the vibes, man. It's just a very good world that they created, and you want to talk to everyone. I like the hat. Whatever the heck his name is, he's great. Cappy.
Cappy. Close enough.
He's kind of funny, He's he's a lot better than Hey Listen.
Yeah, he's kind of snooty. He has a bit of an attitude, which is always fun.
Yeah. I liked this game a lot. I think that overall they had good weapons that you could get. The little trophies, the little figures you can collect is like a fun little touch under the main town square. Yeah, I think that the gimmicks and the weapons were very cool in this game, but I think that it was also like the easiest Zelda game I've ever played. But it was great. I had a great time, a lot of fun. Some of the puzzles in the dungeons were not super straightforward and super easy, but comparatively, definitely the easiest I've played.
Yeah, it is not one of my favorite Zeldas. I'll say that. I don't actively dislike the game, but I think part of the problem is also just that the bar for Zelda games is so high because there's so many Zelda games that are 9 out of 10s, 10s out of 10s, things like that. I really did think that this game was kind of annoying, especially with the backtracking and kind of figuring out where to go at times, especially later on unlocking some of the different areas and stuff. I thought was a bit obtuse, or maybe I'm just dumb and I don't read. I don't know, but
I agree.
Oh, okay.
Not that you're dumb.
I was gonna say. I was like, "What are you agreeing to?" Like, you're a dumb idiot. That's what I said. No, but I will say that the last dungeon, like the wind dungeon, one of the best 2D Zelda dungeons. I thought that
was super cool.
That dungeon was sick. The rest of the dungeons kind of whatever. But that dungeon, amazing. The final boss was also very fun and very cool. I don't know. I feel like this is another game where it's like when I spoke about it at the time of beating it, I was a bit harsher on it probably than it deserved. But it really does come down to, I think, that the expectations for Zelda games are just so high for me because I've played most of them, and most of them are some of my favorite games ever. So when it's like I play this and I'm just like, oh, it's not as good as A Link Between Worlds or Ocarina or Majora's Mask or any of my other favorites. It makes me be like, makes me kind of feel lesser of it because it's like the other games in the series just outshine it by so much more.
It's probably one of those scenarios where if it was just like a different IP, or
It
like
would
a
be
random
like
indie,
the hidden gem of the Game Boy Advance, right?
you would probably have like more. I don't know. You would look at it differently.
Yeah, and same thing with the opposite, where it's like there's this game I enjoy called Reverie, and it's like a pretty good fun game, very Zelda-like with like Earthboundy graphics. But if it was a Zelda game instead of some indie game called Reverie, I'm like, would I think that is really good, or would I be like, oh, it's like this is like an okay Zelda? I don't know. It's
Yeah.
the world of Zelda likes is interesting for sure, because it's like there's so many Zelda like indies, and I'm just like, I'd rather just play Zelda. But then I don't feel that way about like random indie JRPGs. I'm not like, oh, I'd rather play Earthbound. So I'm not sure why my brain is kind of funky about that. But sorry, that was kind of an aside.
You're up next.
All right, next up, the day after Sayonara Wild Hearts. So 3 days in a row, I was beating games. This is also a game I beat in one sitting. I also got the Platinum Trophy, and it's also a PlayStation 1 game, and that is Jumping Flash.
Ooh.
So this is, one of the first 3D platformers. Not the first, but one of the first. And it's very funky and weird. You're a robot rabbit, and it is a first-person 3D platformer. So I bet that this game made a lot of people sick, especially when it first came out. It's a cool, interesting long box game as well. I would love to add this to the collection someday. I believe it was a launch game for the PS1, but I'm not 100% sure on that. It was very fun. Came down to, in terms of completionist, like going through the bonus levels, and maybe I think there was some for like doing certain things with certain bosses and whatever. But it was very simple because there wasn't much to it besides literally just jumping. It was just that straight up platforming. You were collecting things and getting through the levels, but just the fact that it was, a first person game kind of made it stand out from any other 3D platformer I've played. Can't think of any other 3D platformer that is first person, and I can recommend it. I think it was a good time. It wasn't incredible by any means, but it was a solid, fun, hour of a unique experience playing a genre we all know very well from a different perspective, and that alone I think makes it worth checking out, especially if you have I think it's the highest tier of PlayStation Plus. All the PS1 games are included on that, so eat your heart out if you have that. If not, I think it's only like $10. So cool game to check out.
$10 physical? PS1?
No, on
Oh.
PSN. Physical, I think is like $100. It's a long box game, so usually the long boxes are kind of pricey.
Yeah, I heard Chris X Button Gaming talk about that game. I heard you talk about that game, and I definitely wanted to check it out. I guess I don't really have like a normal way to play it. I don't have like a emulator set up for PS1, but
But you have
uh,
a PS5, so
this is true. I definitely want to play that game. I'm interested. Just like not even from like this is gonna be the best game ever, but just from like a historical standpoint and just like
mhm.
experience. It sounds like sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's cool. It's worth checking out, and I want to check out the sequel that nobody seems to know exists. There's a Jumping Flash 2 that I don't think anybody has ever played. So
Was it Japanese only or
no, it
what?
came out in America. Just nobody seems to
Never
talk
heard of
about it
that.
or care about it, but it does exist. So
I think that's a stupid name for a game. I hate that name.
it's not very good. And also an awful character design. This ugly ass, robot rabbit. But
Is his name Flash by chance?
I don't know. I promise you, I skipped every cutscene. I did
Yeah.
not. That's not what I was playing for. So, and it's also one of those stupid games, where to roll the credits and beat it, you have to beat it twice. I didn't do that because all it
Oh
is the
god.
same levels again, but with a shorter time limit. And I was like, that's stupid. I was like, especially since I'm pretty sure I beat all the levels under that shorter time limit the first time I played. So I was like, I'm like, I beat it. This is fine.
I can't believe we still had that in 1995. That's a thing of the past.
It's terrible. Terrible, terrible. What am I playing? Ghosts and Goblins?
Yes, literally. Next up, 1995's Donkey Kong Land. Did you also play that this year?
No, I think I played it last year, actually. Let's see.
Um,
Yes, that was
I know
last
we
year.
had
Or
talked
that
about
was
it.
in 2024, I played it.
Right. Well, I don't know when it came to NSO, but I played it on Nintendo Switch, and it's I don't know how I discovered this, but I someone or somewhere on the internet somebody like told me that this is not just like a down port of Country. I thought these were just like lousy versions of Donkey Kong Country. It turns out they're not ports at all. They're their own video games with their own levels, and I had a blast. I thought this was a very good game. Um, if I had a complaint, it's that you're very zoomed in on your tiny little Game Boy screen, and your sprite is, if I remember correctly, very large, taking up a big portion of the screen.
Hmm.
Um, and so for that reason, it can't live up to, for many reasons, it can't live up to Donkey Kong Country. But great levels, just a very high level of difficulty. Just I was just impressed. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was, and I haven't played the sequels yet, but I look forward to playing them.
Yeah, I think 2 is more of a demake of Donkey Kong Country 2, and then I think 3 is a bit more of his own thing again. But the
Hmm.
first one, very interesting, very weird game. Worth checking out, but I wouldn't exactly call it fun.
I
Next.
would call it fun. There was a level in that game that I remember you and Zach complaining about, rightfully so. It's towards the end, and there's these platforms that like you have to jump on to change their direction, and it
Oh yeah, that
changes the
sucked. That
direction
was the
four
worst.
directions. It was so hard. It was very painful.
That, and
Uh,
then also one of the things I loved about that game was it would load the hitboxes of enemies below you that you couldn't see on the screen. So sometimes you would jump off of a ledge and an enemy would hit you before you would finish landing and you would die and you couldn't figure out why. It was great. Good game design.
all right, take it away.
Next up for me, February 18th, I beat Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast. So, a lot of arcadey fighting games, kind of easy to beat, so to say, but, just winning an arcade run or whatever. Soul Calibur, if you played the GameCube game or the PS2 game or the Xbox game like many people have, the first game's very similar. Even graphically, actually, it really is just, the first iteration of that series. I like Soul Calibur. I think it's very fun. One of the few fighting games I'm actually very good at. Shout out to me for being the undefeated champ amongst our friends group.
Oh yeah.
I still have not been beaten. With the only video recording I have on my Switch 2 is me hitting, or the time I fought Tyler on there and he didn't hit me once. That was great. But yeah, not too much to say. Soul Calibur, a weapons fighter game, very good time. I think it's like the second highest rated game of all time on Metacritic, which is kind of funny because I'm like, I don't know if it's that good, but it is very good. And especially visually insane that game was like as early as it was into that console generation. Looks incredible even now. It holds up so well. The Dreamcast was such a powerhouse for its time. So
You played it on your Dreamcast?
yes, I did.
Nice.
Believe it or not, I do play my games.
Like most people, I have only played two. I assume that's like most people.
Yeah, most people played 2 and they played the GameCube version because they had Link. So, and rightfully so. Really cool.
uh, Rugrats Adventures in Gameland.
Hmm.
I played it on PC, and I think this game got. This was like, I remember this getting announced, and I was like pretty hyped for it because it looked super good and it was super random. It was like, what in the world? There hasn't been Rugrats anything in probably decades. And I
Mm-hmm.
was like, I mean, that sounds like a perfect recipe for a good platformer. They advertised it as like an 8-bit game. And when it came out, they had the ability to, like Halo, the original Master Chief, what is it? The Halo Anniversary,
It's
where you
just a
just
funny
click
way
a
to put it.
button.
The Halo button.
You just push a single button to switch the graphics from HD to 8-bit and back and forth, and I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves that. Um, and anyway, the game, it's just a 2D platformer. But the game came out and it was like $30 or something. It was like
Too
40 or
much.
something something way too much because it took me like I think I beat it in one stream. It was like such a short
It's
game.
like an hour-long game max. So
Yeah, and it was free on the Epic Game Store last year
that's how I
or the
played
year
it.
before, and I definitely enjoyed it. It had the Super Mario Brothers 2 situation where you switch from Tommy to Chucky to Phil to Lil, and they have like different, it's like slightly different abilities. Somebody jumps higher, somebody runs faster, type stuff,
Yeah, but it's
and
minute.
yeah, and I enjoyed it for what it was. It was a fun little 2D platformer, and it was great for free. Probably would have been very upset spending $30 on it.
Or if you got it physically, I think it was more like 40 or 50 too. So,
Man,
but yeah, for
they were.
for $10 or less, definitely worth it.
I mean, if you like compare it to the NES era, which is what it's trying to be, it's as long as an NES game,
Sure.
and I don't know. You should not pay for this game more than like $5,
I,
maybe 10.
I will say though, if this was released during NES times, this would be like one of the best NES platformers probably.
Yeah,
It was a lot of fun. The music is great, the sprite work is great, the animations are great. The level design is unique and interesting. It really is a great time. It's just to put out a game of that length for that price was a little I don't know, ballsy, I guess is the best way to put it.
we're living in different times now.
Exactly, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah,
Next
you
for
played that
me,
last year?
yes, last year I played it,
Okay.
or 2 years ago now. But
Oh,
um, so next for me on February 25th, I beat Pokemon Yellow for the first time. So
wow.
I've obviously played Gen 1 like many people, but I actually never finished Gen 1 outside of like Fire Red. So I wanted to actually beat one of the original games, and I went with Yellow just because, that's the one where you could get all the starters and everything. And this was also one that we did for Generations Behind. We did a Pokemon Gen 1 episode. Had a good time with it. It's definitely, very slow, clunky, all that stuff, but it's the original, so it's cool just to see the origins. It's fun to see all the the old Pokemon and how they used to look. Nidoking just absolutely breaks the game. You don't even need any other Pokemon if you have Nidoking. And I played this game the way God intended on an iPhone at like times 4 speed on the emulator, to make it more tolerable, because if not, Gen 1 Pokemon is one of the slowest games of all time.
You'd still be working on it.
I have no shame in playing a Pokemon game at times 4 or even times 5 speed, because now that's an option with the mobile emulator I use. So, to me, I'm just like, sweet, this makes this less tedious. The only thing that's bad about doing that is that you can't hear the music because it's also sped up and then it sounds annoying, and I have to mute my phone. And Pokemon music is great. But Gen 1, definitely worth, playing if you haven't played it just for historical purposes. But obviously not the most fun Pokemon game out there.
Yeah, I listened to you guys talk about it, and I have I can sit through some old game design. I don't know if I could sit through Gen 1 in 2026. It's crossed my mind to go back, but
You could do
I
it
don't
if you do
know.
it on your phone. I promise it's not so bad then.
I think I'm more likely to enjoy Fire Red, Leaf Green these days.
Yeah, I think that's the ideal way to play Gen 1. Or honestly, people might want to hang me for this, but I love Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I thought those were a great time. Obviously, a little bit different with the catcher mechanics and all that, but I thought that the art style was cute and great, and the battling was still good, and I thought the Pokemon Go integration was actually kind of cool. So, especially since at the time I played a lot of Pokemon Go.
Yeah. We go from Donkey Kong Land to Rugrats Adventures in Game Land to Super Mario Land.
All right, look at all the lands. You're traveling. A worldly bird dog.
I played this again on Nintendo Switch Online. Very good game. It has challenging levels. Overall, very beatable game. Excellent soundtrack. It's got one of those. I think it's the space soundtrack or something. It's just crazy good.
Hmm.
It's really good. It's interesting. I think the best reason to play this in 2026 is that it's interesting to see them trying weird things that they wouldn't do today. There's shmup levels in the game. You know, you're in a submarine or you're flying a plane, and it's like it's super cool to see them still trying to figure out what Mario is and get his brand down and everything. And I think it's cool that they're not ashamed of it and they're going to put it on NSO. You know, despite how different it is. I think it was a great game though. I liked it a lot.
I adore Super Mario Land. Played the hell out of it as a child. Loving it as an adult. Like you said, very experimental and weird and fun. It has a lot of enemies that, either never show up again or show up very rarely in Mario. The first time we got Daisy, lots of cool stuff about it. It's a very fun game, also very short. It's like, if you can get through without dying, it's like probably half an hour. Super, super short. One of the shortest Mario games. But it is I think it's very fun. And it also feels different than every other Mario game. The movement does not feel like any other Mario game, so it's a bit of a unique experience, but I still think that it feels pretty good for what it is. So big fan of Mario Land.
I forgot about that. The physics were definitely off, but once you're at it, once you're playing it for a little bit, you get the hang of it.
Yeah, once you're on like the second or third level, you're already used to how it feels. So
I didn't know this was a childhood game of yours until we were recording Collective Perspective the other day.
yes, I loved it. I did not have many Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, but that was one of them. And as a kid, I could never beat it. So when I was an adult, felt very vindicated when I finally finished it, and I was like, this is what I couldn't beat. But then it's so funny because then when I was a kid, I was also beating the Oddworld games, and it's like, as an adult, it's like I'm lucky if I could get halfway through them. They're so difficult. So it's like, I don't know if it was because I couldn't see because it was a Game Boy or what, but
It's very interesting that this was like never ported. There's the Wii compilation. There's so many like Mario compilations, and they just never brought this one other than like NSO, and it's probably they didn't have Game Boy on the Wii Shop channel, so yeah.
yeah, it might have been on the 3DS eShop, but I don't know for sure,
Right.
honestly. Because even when they introduced Game Boy onto Switch Online, this game wasn't one of the original. Like, they had Mario Land too, but not Mario Land at first. It took time before they added Mario Land, which is super bizarre. But
Yeah.
glad they did. Next up, you'll notice I was loving my Dreamcast in early March. So next up, I played through Dead or Alive 2. So another just kind of arcadey fighting game, but I never played any of the Dead or Alive games before. Bit more of a simpler kind of 3D arena-ish kind of fighter. But it was a good time. These games are obviously famous for their fancy schmancy jiggle physics, which is funny. But it actually does play super competently. And again, just like Soul Calibur, it looks fantastic. It's like these games look like mid-generation, like Xbox PS2 era games. They look so good. It's crazy that they came out, 90s, early 2000s. But not too much to say other than just a pretty fun fighting game.
Yeah.
But nothing absolutely crazy or mind-blowing.
You certainly make me want to fire up the old Dreamcast.
It's one of the best systems.
I played a big one, The Last of Us. And I did it for the Unlockable podcast.
That's a big one.
I played for about 10 minutes. I played the PS3 one, and then I was told that there's nothing that you're missing by playing the remaster. I'm the type of guy that likes to play the original version of something if it's like a big historic game like this, and it's just like strictly the wrong way to play. It's got like 20 FPS.
I was gonna say, I think the only thing you'd be missing is frames per second. Other than that, it's the same experience.
So I did my research. The game came out. I played the remaster on PS4, and then like days after beating this game, I ended up getting a PS5 for my birthday, and I already owned. Funny enough, I already owned The Last of Us remake. So I'll probably have to play that at some point. But excellent storytelling. I actually watched the show before playing the game. Excellent storytelling, though. It lived up to the hype, and it's always very satisfying when you play a game that everybody hyped up for decades, and then you get to experience that feeling, and it's great when it doesn't disappoint. It
Hmm.
would suck if it was like overrated, but this one was perfectly rated. Um, I'm not usually into stealth games myself, but the stealth segments were spaced out really well, and I felt like there weren't a ton of them. There was an awesome freaking final level where there was like no stealth. It was just like fire your way through here, and yeah, that game sticks out in my head a lot. It's different enough from the show that it's still interesting to play through and experience. Nothing but good things to say about The Last of Us Remastered.
Yeah, it's a very good game. I wish they never made a second one because I feel like it's one of the few pieces of media that has like a perfect ending. Like I think it should be fair if we want to spoil The Last of Us. I'm not going to, but that last scene is one of my favorite scenes like in anything ever. It's just so good. It's so perfect. The cut to the credits is perfect. It's excellent. So well done. Um, and yeah, it's great. When people talk about, because obviously there's so much zombie media now. I think it's like
Yeah.
between movies, comics, TV shows, video games, all that. This is like definitely like solid top four like heads of the Mount Rushmore of zombie media. It's so good.
Yeah, they really killed it. Yeah,
But I
nothing
will
but
say, I
nothing
actually
but
think I prefer the TV show over the game. So
they. I probably do too. I think they did a good job of ending season one with that same ending you were just talking about being
hmm
so good.
yeah, because I've never played the second game. I booted it up, and then I was like, I'm just not feeling it. And then I didn't watch the second season of the TV show. So now I've gotten to the point where I'm like, maybe in the world of Craig, there's only a Last of Us Part One, and I just don't even bother. I'm sure eventually I'll want to play the second one, but I don't know. I'm a big fan of like solid one-offs for TV shows and games and things. I'm a big believer not everything needs a sequel. And I really don't think The Last of Us needed a sequel, so it's like I'm just not really in a rush to ever check it out. One day probably, but not anytime soon.
Playing the remaster, I also got access to the DLC, so I got to experience like what Ellie was doing.
Hmm. That was good too.
I,
Left Behind.
yeah, that was cool to experience as well. More of the same in terms of gameplay, but cool piece of the story you get to fill in there.
Hmm. Yeah, I always forget that that's not part of the base game because I played the PS4 version
Hmm.
before playing the. Actually, well, I've never played the PS3 version, but PS4 version just came with it, so I'm so it's ingrained in my mind that that's just part of the game, even though it's not. Next for me, another Dreamcast game. On March 8th, I played Zombie Revenge,
Hmm.
which is a really cool, interesting game. It is technically part of the House of the Dead universe. You actually go to that location at some point, which is really fun in that game. And it is a super duper hard beat 'em up, actually. So it is imagine basically House of the Dead as a beat 'em up. So you can use your fists, and there's I believe like a couple of melee weapons, but it actually is like a 3D shooter if it was a beat 'em up. So it's kind of a cool, interesting idea. But it's also one of the most unfairly difficult video games I've ever played in my entire life. It is so hard. And, even though it's an arcade game at home, there's not unlimited continues, not unlimited lives. This game will test your patience. And I don't know if I could actually recommend it because it's so frustratingly difficult. But if you can get through it, it is a fantastic time. It has like awful, awful, awful some of the worst voice acting I've ever heard, but in a good way. It's just so bad it's good. Like imagine House of the Dead, but 10 times worse. It's so good bad. I absolutely loved it. And I will admit that I did cheat a little bit because what I did. So I went through so much to be able to beat this game the like non-legitimate way. But I'll tell you guys what I did because we're keeping it real on this show. I bought a CD burner and blank CDs so that I can burn like this basically giant list of Dreamcast 100% save files for a bunch of games that I found online. And then what I did was I transferred that onto my VMU, because if you there's something you can do. It's like a VMU game that you can play that's related to Zombie Revenge, and this, it's like it'll literally take you weeks and weeks to do it. Those, like, you can't cheese it or do it fast. It's like this game you have to play that takes forever on the VMU, and it'll unlock you unlimited continues. So what I did was I took that save file so that I didn't have to do that, but I still wanted to beat the game because I was so mad and so determined. So I bought all this shit so that I can have unlimited continues and see the game through to the end. So I kind of cheated, kind of didn't. I think that counts as cheating, but I don't really care. I still finished it. It's a single-player game. I'm not hurting anybody else.
You emulate everything. You couldn't just emulate the game with save states or something?
I was having fun playing it on the real hardware. And even then, it's like I said, it's so unfairly difficult. It's like one of those things where it's like, so many of the bosses, you're like, where the fuck was I supposed to go? Like, there's no way I could have avoided that. There's so much of that, you know what? I felt like the game was cheating me so I could cheat the game a little bit. That was my mindset. But if you want to go through either getting really good at the game or the ridiculousness that I did to get unlimited continues, it's worth playing, but it is very, very difficult. But it's also cool to play a 3D beat 'em up that's mostly based around ranged weapons. That's a cool idea that I've never played any other game with that kind of a gameplay. So,
well, now you can play anything on the Dreamcast library now that you've got the equipment.
That's true, but and I've thought about that, because I'm like, when I get like the really expensive games, I'm like, would I rather just burn it, like burn a copy and then like keep the discs pristine? I'm like, it's really not a bad idea, but I don't know. I'm mostly collecting it to throw it on the shelf to look nice. Let's be real.
Absolutely,
that's what we do here.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to worry about with how fast the Dreamcast spins. The disc rot speeds up.
Exactly. That's how that works. Well, I remember everyone used to always make fun of me because I had the complete GameCube set, but then I bought a GameCube with like the loader inside where everything was just on an SD card, so I never actually played my GameCube games.
It's sometimes it's sketchy pulling a disc out of the GameCube case, man. They're stuck in there.
Yeah, there's been times where I thought I was gonna snap a Gotcha Force, and I was just like, man, I don't know if I want to do this. They get snug.
Box is never leaving the case again. It will never be ejected again.
You tested it, and you're like, all right, we're good.
Exactly.
Fair enough. I totally understand that.
Well, I got my PS5 for my birthday, and then obviously played through Astro's Playroom.
Ooh, what a game.
What a game, dude. I had so much fun with this game. I did end up getting the platinum. It's just like the perfect 3D platformer. I mean, my gosh. And I haven't even played Astro Bot yet.
Yeah, you haven't even played the real one yet. You played the demo, essentially.
I mean, for like this was the same year that I got my Switch 2, and Nintendo Switch Welcome Tour was $10, and you play through this crap and it's freaking free, and it's just incredible, and you want to experience every nook and cranny of it. It was a perfect entry to a PS5. Like, it was the Wii Sports of the Wii. It was like, here's everything this controller can do. Let me show you how freaking gorgeous this console's graphics are. I loved it, and I can't say enough good things about it. Can't wait to play Astro Bot.
If I remember right, too, there's also a trophy specifically for the Gravity Rush cameo, which I'm just like, what a game.
That just steps it up a point for you right
that
there.
Makes it a 10 out of 10 in my book.
I love that game, and I think it even has like speed trials I was checking out just for the heck of it. And you can like get on leaderboards with your friends and stuff. It is crazy how much went into a free trial game, basically.
Yeah, it's way better than it has any right to be for being like a free pack and like tech demo, essentially. If you have a PS5 and you haven't played it, foolish. Fix that.
Foolish.
You're missing out for sure. You really are missing out on, for better or for worse, one of the best things you could do on your PS5. Play the free pack in. So, but
absolutely.
also just Astro Bot from a couple years, also fantastic. So Excited for when you finally play that as well.
Yeah.
Next up for me, another beat 'em up, which I didn't even realize until now, but I also beat this on March 8th, and that was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game. So the Cowabunga collection was on PlayStation Plus, so I, of course, wanted to boot it up, check a couple things out, and I played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game. As you stated before on shows, if I stated before on shows, these arcade beat 'em up games, not that they're not fun, but they're just stupidly easy when you're playing them at home on a collection where you have an endless amount of lives that you could just pump into them. There's not really any challenge because there's no risk involved in doing literally anything. But it was still fun. The graphics were fantastic. Such a beautiful, beautiful game. Some amazing sprite work. And, as someone who's not, well versed in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles media, I thought it was fantastic. So I've only ever seen one TMNT movie, and that was the first TMNT game I ever played, and I had a great time.
Can't keep track of which TMNT titles I've played, but I'm happy to hear you enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I played a beat 'em up. I played an arcade game on the Switch. My friend came over and he brought the what's the Capcom collection with the Marvel versus Capcom.
I think it is called Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Game Collection or something.
He brought that over on the Switch, and I've always wanted to play The Punisher, which you played last year, I think.
Yes, I believe I did.
Or not last year, but the previous year.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Great. Well, I'm used to saying everything's a great game. That was like a solid game. And you made a joke last year about how you always forget that Nick Fury is white.
I do, because of Samuel L. Jackson.
So
I feel like I get flashbanged whenever I see old media of Nick Fury. I'm like, they whitewashed him. What happened?
He's so you play 2-player. Player 1 plays as Punisher. Player 2 is Nick Fury. And there's not a ton of Punisher games, but there is this one on the arcades. There's the Genesis one. There's an NES one and a Game Boy one. Man, there's a lot of Punisher games. There's one on Xbox. Anyways, overall, my thoughts on this game were that it is freaking good. It is a very good beat 'em up. Aside from all the points you just talked about with modern playing an arcade beat 'em up on a no quarters involved, but this one had a lot of weapon variety. It had it's been a year since I played it, but I do remember being pretty impressed and thinking this is probably one of the better beat 'em ups that I've ever played.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of fun. It also has that weird one where you're shooting tanks of gas, like that mini game where you shoot tanks of gasoline or barrels or something in the middle. That's also very fun.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember that.
But yeah, it's a good time. I always thought that the Genesis game was a port of this. Is it or is it not? Do you know?
It might be. I don't remember.
Okay. Just curious. I always thought that, but I was never sure. We'll have to find out another time. Next up, also on March 8th, I beat 3 games that day. 2 of them were Ninja Turtles games, because next I played Follow the Foot Clan, a Game Boy game. I think there's 2 or 3 Game Boy games on the Cowabunga collection. This was the first one, and pretty much as simple as it can be, side-scrolling kind of action game on the Game Boy. Very basic, very easy, very short, probably half an hour long.
Yeah,
but not bad for what it was. Still had. It's funny because every boss that I fought in that game would get soft locked in the corner. You were able to just kind of crouch down and smack them. So there was not a lot of challenge to it. But I think that the best thing about that game is actually the cover art. I would love to have a physical copy just because the box art's really cool for this game. Not sure if it's expensive though. I never really looked into it. But I did enjoy it. And I feel like, as the case for most of these franchises that have multiple entries on a console, they always get a little, especially on Game Boy. Early Game Boy is so archaic, and then it gets weirdly advanced by the end of the Game Boy. So it would be fun to play the other ones and see how much more detailed and interesting they get as they go. Like
Yeah.
you compare like Mario Land to Wario Land. It is crazy the difference once they like kind of figured out how to work around all the limitations. So
Yeah, so I did play that same TMNT game on the Cowabunga collection like a year or two prior, and I enjoyed it. It was easy, like you said. It was very akin to Konami's other Game Boy title, Castlevania: The Adventure. It was like, this is easy. It's almost boring how easy it is. Um, and then like they stepped it up so much with Castlevania 2, Belmont's Revenge on Game Boy. That game was like leagues and bounds better. Um, and I think at the end of last year, I was playing TMNT2 on Game Boy on the Cowabunga collection, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be my 50th game, and it just never happened. But um, I do remember it being at least a little better.
yeah, it's funny because something like this is like it is kind of like so whatever that is kind of like almost not fun and boring. But sometimes it's nice to just sit down and beat a game. And that's how I
Yeah,
felt that day. I was like, I sat down, I started this, and I finished it in one sitting. And sometimes just that feels kind of good, even if it's like total junk food in and out.
yeah. I played. Oh man, Vampire Master of Darkness.
I love
You
this
definitely
game.
introduced this to me years and years ago.
Game's sick as
Uh,
hell.
yeah, this game is like, I don't know why people don't talk. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm not watching the right
But it's
channels.
like
This game
it's
rocks.
one of the best, if not possibly the best Game Gear game. It's so good.
Dang. Um, it's on Master System. I played the Game Gear version via emulator. It deserves more love. You've got the like standard regular primary weapons that you would see in like Castlevania. But then you've got like secondaries. There's a freaking pistol. You throw bombs at dudes. It's crazy. And it's not trying to hide anything. It is a direct ripoff of Castlevania, but they still nailed it, and the gameplay is like super good. You think of Game Gear and you think things can be like really sluggish, um, but this is not like that. I mean, this was just like, I don't know if it's better on Master System or Game Gear. It ran great on Game Gear. Um, I don't remember the soundtrack a whole lot. I think I streamed it all in one sitting. It was challenging enough to be difficult. I mean, to be like interesting, and it had enough going for it that it was worth playing. In addition to the other dozen Castlevania games I've already played, it was a good time.
Yeah, it's definitely a hidden gem, as the Metal Jesuses would say. Big fan of that game.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Next, I'm gonna lump all three of these together, kind of like Golden Axe, except these games don't suck like Golden Axe did. So, on March 22nd, and March 23rd, I played Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, and Mega Man 3. Um, these games are hard as fuck, as everybody knows. I played them via the Mega Man Legacy Collection on the Nintendo 3DS.
Heck yeah.
I had a great time. It's hard when you try to look back at these games because they all look the exact same. It's like I couldn't tell you what happened in which one of the three. I could tell you that I remember being the least frustrated in Mega Man 2, so it's my favorite out of the three just based off of that. Mega Man 3 especially got disgustingly hard at the end. But these games obviously very iconic. They all have a lot of fun enemy designs, very good music. Mega Man feels kind of funky in Mega Man 1, but Mega Man 2 and 3, they really kind of figure out, his momentum and the weight of the way he falls and all these different things. I still hate all those stupid, like, disappearing block segments in all these
Yeah.
games. Those are so frustrating, so annoying. And I don't know, they were very hard. I'm glad I played them. Eventually, I would love to play through all the Mega Mans just because, they're not my favorite thing in the world, but they are obviously very iconic, very legendary. And these games are where boys become men, so to say. So, especially the first one. The first one's rough, very hard. But I think it was like Windman or something in Mega Man 3. The guy that's like the big fan. His hitboxes are just broken. I remember getting so mad at that. Like, there was times where I was like, I know you did not touch me. You were at least like 4 or 5 pixels away, and I was still getting hit and dying, and it was so frustrating. But yeah, eventually, I think like maybe it'd be fun if like this year I played, 4, 5, and 6, and then maybe like 7, 8, and 9, and then 10, 11, and then 12 is coming out. It should be out by then. So maybe it'd be one of the things where like every year I'll play like a batch of Mega Man games. I think that'd be kind of
cool.
fun. But yeah, Mega Man also just one of the best designed video game characters of all time. So shout out to Mega Man. I think that this collection, if you play on console, has Rewind. I will say it doesn't have Rewind on the 3DS. So
I also played those 3. Those are the only 3 I've played in this whole series as well. And it was probably 4 or 5 years ago now. So I like they totally mixed together. And yeah, they're freaking hard as nails. I also played them on the Legacy Collection on console. I think to answer your question, I think they do have Rewind, or they at least have save states.
Yeah, the 3DS version does have save states. So it's like, I'm not gonna lie, I saved before the boss because I didn't want to redo the whole level again if I died. But
I unfortunately suffered a lot. But yeah, I mean, they just...
No, you have every right to. You're a better gamer than I am, so I'll fully admit that. I'm not saying I beat these games to brag. I'm just saying that I played through them.
I don't have a desire to play the rest of them. I mean, like the other like little sub-series have very much interested me. Like X looks like a blast. I would love to play Zero. I would love to check out some Battle Network sometime. But like 4 through 12, I don't know, man. I'm just not like dying to play them.
Yeah, X was really cool, but I probably played that the worst way possible. I played the iOS port, so
I somehow knew that about you. Yeah, Mega Man. April 28th, I played through Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Oh.
I once again fired up the Genesis and put it on the PVM and had a blast. It was a gorgeous game. I had fun taking pictures of the scan lines and everything, listening to that awesome soundtrack, but it's I don't know if I ever beat both of them or just one of them or what. So I just figured why not just check that off the list just in case. I've never beat them. But yeah, I did the whole plug one cartridge into the other and put it in the Genesis and play it the way it was meant to be played in 1994. And it's great. I think that I have really nothing negative to say about it. It also has been like 10 months since I played it, so I don't remember a whole lot, but it's Sonic, it's 16-bit Sonic that we all know and
tolerate.
Had a great...
Yeah,
I love 2D Sonic.
No, I'm a harsh critic, but I do love Sonic very much. I don't think I've ever actually beaten 3 or Knuckles or them together, so I definitely want to make that a priority sometime soon. Probably like the only major Sonic game that I haven't finished. So I grew up with the PC version of Sonic and Knuckles. So if that tells you anything about my childhood, probably explains a lot about me actually. Between that and beating Mega Man X on iOS, that should tell you everything that you need to know about me.
That is incredible. Yeah, this one is like, it's long. Like it's not like, Sonic 2, you probably take an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to sit down and knock it out. This one, like, it has save files on the Genesis.
It's crazy.
Because it takes a while. But yeah, good time, worth the play.
Hell yeah. Next up, first game that I beat in 2025 that came out in 2025, and that was Merchant 64. So this is an indie game I played on Steam. Very, very simple kind of what our friend Mr. Zach Daily Beating calls a loop game, is a good way to put it, where you're kind of just doing the same thing over and over again, where it's like you're getting a resource to like sell, to buy something, to get upgrades, to get more of that resource, to sell, to buy, to upgrade, yada, yada, yada. That's basically what the game is. Aesthetically, I think they did a pretty good job of the N64 aesthetic. The big thing to any indie developers listening out there, which I'm sure is none of you, but I will say this anyway, just because I feel like getting it out there. If you're making an N64 style game, the one thing I've noticed in all these N64 style indies is that the lighting is never right. That's the one thing. Like, I feel like the textures always look great. The models always look great, but the lighting always still feels too like Unreal Engine, and that's usually the one thing that takes it out for me in a lot of these modern indies that go for like the N64 PS1 era. Not to be too harsh or to call out Merchant 64 specifically, but that's just something that I've noticed. And I don't know if maybe that's just an engine thing where it's like easy to make these games in these engines, but then the lighting's just kind of a part of them. I don't know. I'm not a game dev. And if there's any indie game devs out there listening, actually it'd be really cool if you commented down below, gave me some insight. But I think aesthetically they did a really good job of capturing the N64. Music was good and cute. It has multiple endings. Game maybe takes you 2 hours max. It's not too long. It's pretty cheap. I think it was like maybe a handful of bucks. Another game I think I was a little harsh on when I talked about it originally, but over time I'm just like, it's cute for what it is. If you go in low expectations, knowing it's kind of just like a vibe game where you're going to be doing the same thing over and over again for a couple of hours and then it's over, it's not too bad. So want to give a little shout out to Merchant 64.
It's gonna click one day. You're just gonna find the perfect N64. Like, they're gonna get the lighting right, and it's gonna be the one for you.
Yeah, I will say the closest that I've played was Cavern of Dreams, which is a game I believe I talked about last year, and the person that made that game probably got the closest to nailing everything N64 wise. Like, I think they even like studied like N64 architecture to be like, is this game possible to run on an N64? If not, I'm gonna change this so that it could run on an N64. Like, it was super cool.
Wow.
How dedicated they were to the accuracy of making it something that would truly be from that time. So
My first GameCube game of 2025, I played through the SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
there you go. Underrated because it's overshadowed by Battle for Bikini
You played
Bottom.
this one?
As a child, I did, and I liked it a lot. I'm kind of the opposite, actually, because, most people grew up with Battle for Bikini Bottom. I grew up with the SpongeBob SquarePants movie and didn't play Battle for Bikini Bottom until I was an adult. And then when I played it, I was like, wow, this is a lot like the SpongeBob movie game.
Yeah, the story, everything you just described is me as well. I was a huge fan of the SpongeBob movie. I mean, everybody was, but
Exactly. It's still so funny to this day.
yeah, I had the DVD, and I just love the heck out of the movie. But I had this game as well as a kid, and it was hard as heck for me as a kid. I don't. I think I did beat it eventually,
Mhm.
years after owning it, but for sure beat it on stream this past year, and remembered so much of it. Vividly. Like, so much of it was like sticking out in my head, and um, it actually is a very good 3D platformer
Mhm.
with lots of different level types. I mean, I guess all the all the level types I guess are the same, but like there's a lot of different mini game type stuff you can do in each level, and it breaks up the gameplay a lot. The combat is pretty good. There's an upgrade system in this game that you would not expect to see in a game like this. It's surprising how much effort was put into some movie tie-ins back in the day. A lot more than others. But this one's like not your typical 2-3 hour game. This is like, you're gonna be challenged, and there's gonna be great voice acting, and it feels like a AAA release almost. It was good stuff.
Yeah, it's underrated. Definitely think it's mostly just overshadowed by Battle for Bikini Bottom. But yeah, great game, especially if you like Battle for Bikini Bottom. Doing yourself a disservice not checking this one out.
I'm doing myself a disservice. I've never played Battle for Bikini Bottom.
You should. It's good. Like I said, it's basically more of the same. So if you like one, you're gonna like the other.
Yeah.
Next for me, this was monumental for me, I will say. April 4th, I beat Croc Legend of the Gobbos Remastered. So as a child, I could never beat this game. and then as an adult, I beat it very easily. And it turns out that game's difficulty is just artificial because it's a fucking 3D platformer with tank controls. That's really the only thing that makes it difficult. It's actually super easy once you can control it like a normal video game. But I think that they did a fantastic job with this remaster. It has a Halo button, as you mentioned earlier, where you could toggle between the old and new graphics. But it's interesting and weird because like there's levels to it, like where you could toggle it so like just Croc is the original like model, or just like the environments and the enemies are the original models. So it's kind of interesting. You could mix and match. But the remastered graphics are very, very well done. They very much match like kind of like the box art and promo art of the games, which is cool and fun. But they did a fantastic job. Croc is great. I think that this game would have a much better long-lasting legacy if it was not a 3D platformer with tank controls. Because everything else about the game is very charming, very cute. Probably one of the best soundtracks of all time. It's so jazzy and fun. The music in Croc is so good. And it was a shame that this game came out with without a platinum trophy. I was very disappointed in that because I would have loved to have gotten the platinum. They've recently done an update called the Platinum Edition, where they added trophies so that there was a platinum trophy. And I refused to do that because I was really mad that it doesn't carry over all of your other trophies that you unlocked previously. I'm like, I think it's annoying that I have to play the whole game again. So I'm just not going to do it. But I was happy to finally play this game from my childhood and finish it. I would love to be able to go back and play the original version, tank controls and all, and beat it that way. But this was just a much more enjoyable experience. You know, usually I am a big proponent of like, you know, I'd rather just have the original games ported to modern consoles as opposed to getting remakes and remasters, or at least just include the original version. But Croc really did have the fatal flaw of just a not well thought out control scheme, and the remaster makes it a fantastic and fun playable game.
I mean, there was no reason to release that game with tank controls. I think that any other 3D platformer of the era, I haven't played a bunch that have that, but I guess it's a thing, right?
As far as I know, it's the only one. Rayman 2 was supposed to have tank controls, and then somebody on the team talked them out of it. So thank God for that, because Rayman 2 would not have the legacy that it has now if it had the same control scheme as Croc.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke so highly of that remaster. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested.
The physical still hasn't been released, by the way. People are pissed that pre-ordered the physical. They still haven't released it.
Well, it's that new company, like Rocket Games or something.
Which I think was founded by one of the people that left Limited Run, which is kind of funny. So, oops.
Yeah, isn't there like a big trophy or statue of Croc or something?
Yeah, and it was really ugly. It was very ugly. Otherwise, I would have bought it. I thought that I didn't think it looked very good. So, sorry, Argonaut Software, if you're out there listening.
They're making more Croc stuff. Like, aren't they bringing the Game Boy game back or something?
So it's weird because they've talked about it, but only because they're being released again on cartridge through Mod Retro, for like the Chromatic. But they aren't releasing it digitally. It's like, I don't know why they're not also releasing it digitally. It's very strange.
Oh yeah. If I was Mod Retro, I'd be like, absolutely not. If you're putting your stuff on our console, like,
exclusive.
This is a exclusive deal. I did beat a game called Croc this year, but we'll wait till later. It's not the same game.
Hell yeah.
Next up, Marvel's Spider-Man 2. My PS5 was firing on all cylinders. This game is so good. Definitely one of the best things I played last year. Came out in 2023. Very late to the game, as usual, but I loved it. I loved playing as Venom, all 19 inches of him. I thought it was a freaking blast to, So you had Venom and Spider-Man, but you also had Spider-Man with the black suit who had his own powers, and it was just like they found a way to make this game, for the third time now, and it was still feeling lively and fresh and new, and it was just I was into the story. I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, and I loved this game so much. It's the same gameplay like at the base level as all the other Spider-Men, but yeah, the addition of and you could play as Miles. You could literally do like four different game styles in this game. Um, and it wasn't like switch whenever you feel like it. It was like each one has their own stories, so you have to play through all of them. Oh my gosh, I loved it so much.
It's a great time. Very, very uh, big fan of this game. I will say, I was disappointed on the narrative front, but that's only because the story was so good in the first Spider-Man game on PS4. Like, that's one of the best Spider-Man stories I think that has ever been done. So hard to follow that up, but gameplay-wise, absolutely fantastic. I don't look for a lot of checkboxy kind of open world games, but when I do, this is like a game that does the checkbox stuff perfectly. Like you really don't feel like you've beaten the game until you've done everything, and it's hard to nail that without overwhelming or boring the player. And I think that Spider-Man 2 does a fantastic job of making you want to do everything.
You know what else I feel does that well is the Tomb Raider trilogy, the modern one. I really liked that. Have you ever played those?
I've played the first one. Don't think I ever finished it. It was a long time ago. But I never played the Shadow or Rise, so I would like to get to them eventually. Need to check them out. Get some Lara Croft in my life. Never beaten any Tomb Raider games, so. Next up for me, a legendary one, a big one. We did this for the anniversary of Generations Behind, because our first episode was on Backlog Sins, and the one game we all had on our list was Chrono Trigger. So to celebrate the first year of the show, being
I'm jealous.
The first year milestone, we played through Chrono Trigger. And Christian, it's one of the best games ever made. Absolutely, undoubtedly one of the best games ever made. It's tough because I've played so many games I love, and it's not top 10 for me, but objectively it's probably like the one perfect JRPG if you were to be like objective, average Joe Schmo. It's like I think that this is probably as good as the genre of JRPGs gets. And I really do think that a big part of that is just because it had such, obviously, famously, such an all-star team behind it. You got the creator of Dragon Quest, the creator of Final Fantasy, creator of Dragon Ball, all working together, making just such an interesting, cool unique piece of art. There's multiple endings. There's multiple things that you could affect because there's a lot of time travel in this game that affect other things in other time periods. The music's incredible. The combat is fantastic. The story is really good and interesting and well done. People say that this is a grindless game. That's definitely not true, but the grinding is not super heavy. There's probably 2 times throughout your entire journey you'll have to grind for a little while. So the grinding is still minimal, which I know matters to some people. But this is one of those games where it's like, this is a game that I think if you're a fan of video games, you have to play it, because this is what video games are about. It's one of those games. And it's one of those games that I could see myself going back to, every year just to play again, whether I do, a full-blown run or I go and try to get like one of just load up a save file and go for a different ending, because you just keep stacking new game pluses. And this is the game that invented the term new game plus, which is kind of cool too. So Chrono Trigger is a must play, like literally just if you're a fan of video games, not if you're a fan of role-playing games or Japanese role-playing games or Super Nintendo games. It's like, if you're a fan of video games, I feel like Chrono Trigger is like required reading. It is so good. And pretty much any version is good. For a long time the mobile and PC ports were considered not great. They've been pretty much adjusted to where they are good ways to play now. The Super Nintendo version, obviously the original, fantastic. I played the DS version and I loved it, and I actually think that that's probably the best way to play, in my opinion, because best thing about DS, that second screen, there's always a map on the bottom screen, just very convenient. So I always love playing role-playing games on the DS and 3DS because they always usually use the second screen as a map, and that's just convenient. But yeah, Chrono Trigger, like I said, not not like top 10 of all time for me, but from an objective standpoint, 10 out of 10, pretty much perfect video game. And it's definitely at least in my top 25, because how could it not be? It's just absolutely fantastic. It's just when it comes to top 10s, it's like, obviously for me at that point it's more personal preference, a lot about how like the story resonated with me and all these different things. But Chrono Trigger, you gotta play it. Everybody has to play it at some point. I think that it's just, you're doing such a disservice to yourself not playing it because it's so enjoyable.
I'm very jealous of your experience, honestly. I it's been on the need to play for a long time.
Do you own it in any way?
No. But happy to emulate that bad boy. And it can even play it on the Wii and put it on the CRT and make it look beautiful.
There you go. See? Perfect.
Yeah, how many hours?
So I played pretty much without a guide. Like I said, almost no grinding. It was I think it was like 21 hours. It's a brisk JRPG as well. It's not long. I feel like most games, even at that era, are probably close to the 30-40 hour mark. But Chrono Trigger is not a super long playthrough. So
that's freaking awesome. Mm-hmm. That's my type of length of game right there.
The 20-hour sweet spot.
Yeah, I can't wait to play that and have the exact same reaction that you did.
Yeah, I think that you will adore this game. It's hard not to love. Like, there's a reason that whenever someone makes like, the top 10 JRPGs of all time, that like 9 out of 10 times is number 1. It's like, yeah, I get it. And after a nice week-long break, back for part 2 of recording this lengthy podcast for you all. Next up for me, Super Mario 64. I believe this is actually only the second time I've ever finished Super Mario 64. I like the game, but I mostly just like the first half of the game. Like, once you start getting up to the upper level of the castle, some of those levels are straight cheeks. I don't care what anyone says. It's most people's nostalgia and fun and memory for Mario 64 is the first half of the batch of levels as opposed to the second half. But the game still has a lot of fun, a lot of charm. Everything about it is just inherently hilarious. All the weird ass stupid noises Mario makes all the time are super funny. I actually, funnily enough, played for this playthrough. There's a port that somebody made for 3DS, which was awesome because top screen Mario 64 running, wonderfully 60 frames, and it looks as good as it can be. And on the bottom screen, you got your map. I love my maps on my bottom screens, baby. That's what it's all about. So
I had a good of like the level you're on. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just nice and convenient. Which that exists in Mario 64 DS as well, I believe. So it's very cool. And another one that we did for Generations Behind. And I talk a lot of smack, but I do have a lot of fond memories with Mario 64. It's one of those mysterious games for me since I didn't have it as a kid, but like I played it at other people's houses. So I'm glad that I've had a lot of been able to experience it more than once as an adult now. And I still, like I said, I will stand by half of the game is extremely mid, but the first half is fantastic. So, and the way that Mario controls is just super fun too. So like, it's fun just jumping around and moving and running, and the way he turns, everything about the game just feels well. It's incredible how well they knocked it out of the park on the first go for a 3D Mario game.
Yeah, absolutely. I started playing it as well when you guys were doing that episode. I didn't know how far I was going to get in it, but I did want to play through it, and it's one of those that I haven't played very much since I was a kid, and I didn't get super far. I think I played it one night for like an hour, had some fun with it, and I do remember hating a lot of later levels, so I would like to see those as an adult, and see how I feel about them. But there were specifically the one where you shrink down. I wasn't a big fan of that level at all.
Mm-hmm. Wet Dry World is weird. There's a lot of weird ones. But honestly, I boot up Mario 64 probably at least once a year just to play, and I just play like Bob-omb Battlefield and a couple of the other early ones, just because I think that they're so much fun. But yeah, I don't know. It's to the people that like 100% it every year, Godspeed, because it's like once I get my 67 star, I'm fucking over it, and I'm just like ready to be done. I'm like, what's the easiest 100 coin store? I want to move on. You couldn't pay me to 120 star that game because so many of the levels are just not fun. But it's beloved for a reason. So I think people are just a little gentle on it when it comes to the later game.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played 120 stars worth myself. That's something I should do.
Godspeed, sir. What's next for you?
Yoshi's Island DS.
Oh yeah, I've heard that this is a very fun game, actually.
This is one of those situations where, on the GBA you had Yoshi's Island and you had
Uh-oh.
freezing for people. Or did you lose me for a second?
Yeah, I did, but you're back. Sorry. Repeat what you said.
Dang. Yoshi's Island you had Yoshi's Island on GBA, and it was like, what the heck is this? Is this a port? Is this a remaster? Like, what is this game? And then it was confusing with the naming convention of multiple other Mario titles on GBA. And then this game comes out not too long after. It's called Yoshi's Island DS, and you're like, what is this? Another Super Nintendo port? So that's how I lived my life for the last decade. I've been collecting. I've been like thinking that was just another a port. Turns out it's a sequel. It's a very good sequel that does if you like Yoshi's Island on the Super Nintendo, this does everything right. It gets you great controls. It gives you new characters to have on Yoshi's back, right? So you got Baby Mario, and then you've got Baby Wario and Baby Peach, and maybe Baby Donkey Kong is in there for sure. And I think you don't get Baby Luigi. I think that's the plot line is you're going to rescue him or something.
Interesting.
Couldn't tell you about the story of that game at all, but yeah, it was a really good sequel to the original for sure. It felt like more of the same in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
I played it as a bedtime game. It's not a great bedtime game because some of the levels will have you there for like 20-25 minutes.
Wow.
And you're like, dude, I'm trying to go to bed.
Yeah, no platformer. Here's my game design take. I don't think any platformer level should be like more than 5 minutes. After that, it's like we got to keep it rolling. These kind of things aren't supposed to be this long.
These games, all the Yoshi games seem to be like that. There's some puzzly aspects to it, and it's real noticeable with like the castles. There's some backtracking to do. You got to find keys to get to your next area. So, not a great bedtime game, but it is a very good game. I would recommend.
I'm just now noticing, off topic, but the last part of a recording that we did for this, I still had a beard, so that's kind of funny. But yeah, so where would you say this ranks like in the pantheon of Yoshi games? You think this is a better one worth checking out for people?
I don't know if any of them are bad, but I would say that it's up there with Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo for sure. Wow. So wherever people put that, which I assume is high,
probably number one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Woolly World, but I think it's up there for sure. It's very good.
What a hipster ass Wii U take! I'll take it.
I need to replay it, make sure it's still good.
So next, I'll lump these two together. Topical actually. So on 4/15. Oh no, that was not the same day. Never mind. But same console. So I played a couple of Virtual Boy games. I got the Virtual Boy emulator loaded up on my 3DS, and what makes that even better is I primarily play on my 2DS XL, so I couldn't even use the 3D feature. So I played my Virtual Boy games in 2D. But I played Nestor's Funky Bowling. Just regular old bowling game. Absolutely nothing notable about it. Maybe it has really cool 3D effects, I couldn't tell you. But the notable game I played was Jack Bros, and Jack Bros was fucking awesome.
Heck yeah.
Jack Bros is the first Shin Megami Tensei game that we ever got in America, which is just hilarious in my opinion. But it's also a very fun game, very challenging, very hard. So at least I thought the end game got very difficult. It's basically, a top-down a shooter. So you pick whatever kind of bro you want. You could either be Jack Frost or I think they call him Pumpkin Jack. I can't remember all the names. And then there's like a Grim Reaper one, but they're all SMT demons, and they all have different abilities based off of the whatever character you choose. So like one of them, they shoot more bullets, but it's slower or it's weaker. And then one shoots less bullets, but they're stronger. And then another one has the strongest weapon, but he's only close range, so you have to like really risk getting close to the enemy to attack. Um, but excellent sprite work. Virtual Boys just have awesome sprite work. Like all of them look really cool, very detailed, very fun. But Jack Bros is level based, so you go through a level, you drop lower, lower, lower into this dungeon. You're trying to escape somewhere on Halloween night. I don't remember the exact plot. I know that there's an unlockable character. I did not play with the unlockable character. But this is definitely a game that's worth checking out, and you know, a lot of people listening probably have a Switch too. A lot of y'all are fucking dorks, so you probably got your Virtual Boy headset for your Switch too. And highly recommend playing this game when it gets added to the service. Or if you do not have access to the Switch 2 Virtual Boy thing, find another way to play it, because it's a really good, fun little game. And it's on the shorter side. You could definitely probably beat it in like the hour and a half ish mark. But it's excellent. From, you know, the few Virtual Boy games I've played, definitely the best one. So it's cool that it's going to be available on a modern platform soon.
Is a shooter like Pocky and Rocky, or a shooter like a shmup?
So it's interesting. More like Pocky and Rocky. Basically, it's like levels where you're either going down hallways, or it's kind of like an open, kind of mazy map, and you're trying to find like keys to unlock doors to go down to the next levels and unlock the next part of the stage.
Does it auto scroll?
No. So
That sounds fun. I'm
it is a lot
excited.
of fun. I think that it, like, if you have, you know, your Switch 2 and your Virtual Boy headset, this is like the must play game. It's excellent. And it's one of those games that actually doesn't shock me that, you know, physically it's insanely expensive. And I wouldn't be shocked if, you know, maybe now is too expensive for people to buy it just to play it. But like when it was like more like in the like, you know, for a loose cartridge, $600 to $700 range, I could understand, like, you know, the people that, you know, they have to have the game physically. They anti-emulation, they gotta play it. I could understand it being worth it. Because it is honestly a lot of fun. It's very difficult, like I said. The end game is very tough, but it's a very fun game.
I'll be hunched over this desk right here, experiencing it in the near future. What a year we're living in here. That's crazy to
The
say.
year of the Virtual Boy, baby.
Heck
All
yeah,
right,
very cool.
what you got next?
Very topical for sure. I have an exciting one. I played through Metroid on NES.
All right.
I have never, I played it maybe 10 years ago on the Wii Virtual Console, and I just wasn't a big fan. I don't know how this game could have been a big hit in any year after 2000. I don't know, man. This game is really tough,
Mm-hmm.
and it's desperately missing a map. And we're all spoiled by maps these days. We're all spoiled by things that give you full health when you die. And this game doesn't give you either one of those things. Um, I decided. Did you lose me again?
No.
Oh, I decided that I was
Mm-hmm.
going to be the guy that makes a map for this game, and I'm glad I did. It was a lot of fun. It was, the authentic 1987 experience, and funny enough, I played it on the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
So I beat this on June 6th, and the Switch 2 came out like what, like June 3rd or something.
Mm-hmm. So you're
So
still playing through Metroid?
this was the first game I beat on my Switch 2, which is really funny.
Hell yeah.
No, this game is really tough because of what I just said, the map. And then whenever you die, you get 30 health. And it doesn't matter how many health tanks you have added to your inventory. It's like you could have 5 health tanks, which is another 100 health every single tank. It doesn't matter. You then have 35 health from one health tank, and that's it. And you die so fast. You lose health so fast. And the game, if you're not making a map, you don't even play this game if you're not making a map, because there
I,
is no way to navigate through this
no,
game
I don't think
without
it's
a map.
possible, right?
I mean, you would just be lost, stumbling around forever. Um, it's I hate grinding for health, and you have to do it
Mm-hmm.
because with 35 health, you're like 2 hits from death. And even whenever you get to like the final boss, you you're gonna die on Mother Brain, and you start the whole freaking section over with no health. You have to grind, and you have to kill like 100 enemies, maybe more than that, to just get yourself back up to full health. It is a freaking nuisance, and I would 100% recommend if you're just like a normal person to play Zero Mission. I played Zero Mission years ago. It was a great game, but
Hmm.
this was for the experience of it. It's a historically important game. You know, there's a lot of games that I play for that reason alone, and obviously I love Metroid, and I had to experience the OG, and I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that it's done, and it's very hard to recommend in 2026.
That's fair. And this is coming from a man with a Samus tattoo, so
I had to live up to it.
yeah, I think that's most people's sentiment is to just play Zero Mission to this point. But I also partake in a little bit of self hatred sometimes, so I think that eventually I'd like to try the NES version. I don't know if I'll actually commit, but I think it'd be fun to give it the old college try. Bring out the graphing paper because it's like it's like there's a lot of games that are very unforgiving and hard to traverse. Obviously a very different genre, but like Daggerfall, Elder Scrolls 2 is always a game that I've wanted to try to truly beat instead of just boot up a save file, dick around for a bit and then give up because I can't figure out what I'm doing. It's like I would love to have like a big like notebook of like game
Yeah.
notes and like write down like be like, oh, this thing is this here, this is the way, or like draw like dungeon maps and stuff. I think playing games like that would be really cool and fun. So, or even like having a on another monitor, like you could probably even like use like Excel and just like kind of like block out the areas to kind of figure out what you're doing. And that'd actually probably be perfect for Metroid, which funnily enough,
I
because it's like
tried.
uh-huh.
I still have it probably. I tried to map it out on Excel.
I
I wasn't a
remember
big
you
fan.
posted your graphing, your graph paper on your Discord.
Yeah, I didn't even have graph paper. I just had freaking regular college ruled paper.
So funny.
Um, but yeah, 100% the experience of making the map was really fun. I think that everyone should maybe experience that with some game and see if that's something you enjoy.
Hmm.
Um, absolutely. That was probably the highlight of it all.
Hell yeah. I gotta check that out eventually. It'd be fun. I've played a lot of Metroid, but I haven't played every Metroid yet, so. Alright. Next for me, April 21st, I did a replay, excuse me, of Elite Beat Agents. You know this game, I'm hoping, right? I feel like I've
I
probably
know
talked
what
about it
it
at some
is,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, the best rhythm game of all time. Hands down. It's just so fun, so challenging, so difficult. Excellent song selection. The humor is impeccable. The animations are great. Everything about it's good. I know I've talked about this game on possibly this show and even other shows over the years, so I won't go on too long about it. I'm gonna skip ahead because I know I have more games than you. To on March 7th when I finished Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. This is the
That's my
fastest
birthday.
that. Happy birthday. This is the fastest I have ever finished, or not finished, ever like placed a game in my top 10 after beating it. Like there was pretty much no hesitation by the time I was done with it. I was like, this is some of the most fun I've ever had in a video game. Elder Scrolls 4, I've played the original Oblivion. I never actually finished it, so I had the remaster, to kind of have the excuse, it's on a modern console, it's more easily accessible now. This, that, the other, and I just love everything about it. I think aesthetically, it really nails like the dark fantasy aesthetic that I'm personally a huge fan of. All of the quest lines are very fun. The dialogue is, bad. It's good, bad in a way. There's, the cheesy voice acting. They kept all that the same. So it's like it has a great balance of like the cheesiness and the rough around the edges of the original, but like kind of just making it really pretty and an aesthetic that, as much as I do like the look of the original Oblivion, I love the way that Oblivion Remastered looked. The issue is that, this game looks like a really cool modern dark fantasy game. The original Oblivion looks like an oil painting, which is also a really cool, neat aesthetic
Hmm.
that is hard to replicate. Especially the environments, like when you're just walking, through the world, and it's like you see the trees in the distance. The way that they like, it's hard to explain. You just have to look at it. But if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Oblivion's just original and new. They're both gorgeous in their own special way, except for the character models. Those are obviously horrifying in the original Oblivion, but I still love them. But all the factions were great. All the different quest lines for the Mages Guild and the Fighters Guild and all that, I enjoyed all of them a lot. Building your character to whatever you want it to be is a lot of fun. The combat I thought was a lot of fun. A lot of the dungeons are samey. The Oblivion gates are a little samey. That's really kind of the downfall of it. But the main story is really cool. I won't give any spoilers since this is like a kind of a new experience for a lot of people. But I will say the coolest part about the story of Oblivion is you are not the main character. You're just part of the story, which I think is really interesting and fun. That you are not like you are not the focal point of the narrative of Oblivion, and I think that's really cool. But yeah, fastest a game has ever shot into my top 10, and I just absolutely love it. And I like Elder Scrolls a lot. I haven't beaten a lot of Elder Scrolls games. I've only beaten this and Skyrim, but it's like I've dipped my toes into Arena and Daggerfall and Morrowind, and I want to complete those games. It's that they take a lot of focus and a lot of time, so I need to make sure I'm like prepared to dedicate my life to them for the weeks or months that it'll take, because those games are so huge and the least handholdy games of all time. It's like there's no quest log in these games. There's not really any intuitive maps. It's like you really kind of just got to figure it out on your own. And I like Elder Scrolls Online, so I just love Elder Scrolls, and as of right now, Oblivion, of the two that I've beaten, but just with my experiences with the series overall, that's the peak of it so far that I've experienced. So,
didn't that get like overshadowed by Clair Obscur or something? Something huge came out.
I mean, I think they came out in the same week, so it was a bit of a conflict. Unfortunately for me, that's why Clair Obscur got shoved to the side, and I didn't finish it till later in the year because I was more interested in Oblivion. I thought it was more weird that they did it so close to Avowed, which is very much an Elder Scrolls-ish game, also by an Xbox first-party studio. So the timing was just very weird, especially because Avowed, kind of reviewed lukewarm, and then they had this come out, like, I think it was like a month later, and it was like, well, now nobody's going to play Avowed, so it's like, why didn't you either release it sooner or wait? It was just strange, but, yeah, I can't recommend Oblivion enough. I absolutely love it. I definitely think that's the better game over Skyrim, because I know most people have only played Skyrim. I would suggest playing Oblivion if you enjoy Skyrim, because I think it's the better of the two.
I can't comment much, because I don't know anything about Elder Scrolls.
It's time to learn. What you got next?
I decided to play a Switch 2 game on my Switch 2, and It was Mario Kart World.
Ooh, me too.
June 7th finished this game up. I pretty much got the Switch 2, and my roommate and I, we played the heck out of the campaign together, because that's something you can do. You can do that in Mario Kart 8 as well. I love co-op on anything in life, and I'm gonna enjoy it anytime it's offered to me. But I think everyone listening has probably heard enough about Mario Kart World, but great game. It's got issues. That's like the overworld, the single player is kind of boring, and it's not really a story mode. It's just like a single player open world that if you are 12 years old, you can go drive around and complete challenges until you can't find anymore. And if I was 12, that'd probably be great. But as someone that's keeping track of games that he's beating and trying to beat a bunch of games a year, it's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sit around and play the same game aimlessly with like nothing to show for it. The game's missing a checklist in the overworld, which was really annoying.
They've since added it, but too little too late in my opinion.
And it's going to sound like I'm negative about this game. It's like, it's a freaking great kart racer, just like Mario Kart 8. But the thing that they added was supposed to be better than it ended up being. Mm-hmm. Or we all overhyped it, or something happened, and it just was a disappointment. And that is the overworld stuff. Multiplayer is great, as always. I like the maps. I don't think I've played this game since June. Like, I haven't freaking played this in a long time now, but my favorite part that they added, before I let you talk about it, was the Knockout Tour. I like that a lot. Yeah,
that was going to be the focal point of my opinion on the game, is that it's good and fun. It's a step down from Mario Kart 8 in my opinion. People make the argument that it had support for years, this, that, the other. I'm like, even if you just look at base Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I still think that it's a better game overall in terms of memorable track designs and this, that, the other. Even aesthetically, I think I like it a little bit more. But The music is great, and Knockout Tour is fantastic. My main issue is that I don't like that a lot of the tracks are straight lines. That does get kind of old. But when you combine that with the elements of Knockout Tour, it makes it fun. So when I play Mario Kart World, I do play Knockout Tour almost exclusively. But it's a good time, and I had a blast when the Switch 2 launched, and me and you and Zach and Tyler were playing this every couple of nights. It was a great time doing it that way. But I don't know. I mean, Mario Kart is often that kind of thing where it's like you kind of hop in and out of a couple times a year with buddies. So it's not like I had grand expectations, but I will definitely say that in no way, shape, or form is this an $80 video game as well. So talk about people complaining right now. Be topical again about the prices of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green getting released on Switch too. Mario Kart World is much more of an egregious situation. So just throwing that out
If
there.
I could complain about something else, Nintendo for years and years has made me very angry with online in the sense that I can't play with you and Zach and Tyler and then take that group and play with randoms.
Yep, it has to be us
God
foreign
forbid.
CPUs. It's so annoying. I hate that.
Kirby Air Riders just came out and did the same thing. It doesn't make any sense.
It is obnoxious. It's really stupid. I don't know. It's Nintendo being Nintendo. They're always fucking 4 steps behind, especially when it comes to online structure in their games. So
Yeah.
it's a bummer, but
Yeah.
well. Next for me, on June 14th, I beat 3 video games that day. They were all shorter indie titles. First up, Poco. If you listen to Generations Behind, you already know I'm the biggest Poco fan. You can't find a bigger Poco fan than me. Adore this game to death. Super short. It's free, so you have no excuse. Go download it and play it. You're the world's smallest clown. It's super cute, super fun. You could beat it in one sitting. And it's just a fantastic time. It's a point-and-click adventure game with a beautiful, almost kind of claymation and hand-drawn aesthetics. Has a banging soundtrack. Everything about it fantastic. It is the best free 99 you will ever spend.
Heck yeah.
Then I played a game about digging a hole. This is a game that I think you have played. I discovered it through our good pal Daily Beating. He described it, and I like the way he puts it, and I think of a lot of games like this now, where he describes it as a loop game, where you're essentially, doing one action, using it to get upgrades to pay, to get resources to pay for upgrades so you could do that one thing more efficiently. So in this game, you're digging holes, selling minerals, that way you can upgrade your shovel or buy materials to make the digging process faster. This game has a bit of a story, and I think that is a very funny and goofy story. It's a little nothing, but it got a good chuckle out of me. I saw some people say that they thought it was like a dumb or stupid ending. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I thought it was very funny. So I'm a big fan of that one. Do you want to talk about it since you played it as well?
I mean, it's like an hour long, but I loved it. I loved that hour and a half that I played of it, and it came to Game Pass, and I had heard you guys talk about it so much. I was like, yeah, I'll just freaking check it out, and I'm so glad I did. It was so much fun. The way I felt when it was over was like I could do this with like a map for like 10 hours. If you gave me like a full length game, I would totally sit here and drill away.
Yeah, it's weirdly addicting, right?
Yeah, I was sad it was over.
It was a lot of fun. And then the last game I played, which was also suggested by good friend Mr. Daily Beating, another loop game called Spilled, where you're like a boat picking up trash and maneuvering oil in a lake to kind of like just clean it up. And it's funny because this game has a boss fight at the very end, which is just goofy because of the kind of game that it is. It's this pretty, chill pixel art game, and then all of a sudden there's a boss fight. But, pretty similar. If you like a game about digging a hole, you'll probably like Spilled. Similar vibes, similar kind of cadence to the way that the game plays, where you do something, you're picking up the oil, getting money, you could upgrade your ship, this, that, the other. So very good, fun game. I think it was like $2 too, so super cheap, super worth an hour of your time.
Yeah, I was getting recommendations I was getting tweets about that on my feed, and it looked like a really fun time for sure.
Yeah, it's good. Like, I think if I open up Steam right now, it says it took me like 51 minutes to beat it. So it's, $1.99 for a good one sitting. I love a good fucking, one sitting indie game. That's one of my favorite things. When I buy a cheap game, I can start it and finish it within an hour. I love that shit. I just like finishing games. I feel good. So
Yeah.
but a
Yeah,
lot of
there's
the times there's not enough time for the game to get bad if it's that short. So it's usually a pretty solid experience because by the time any of its mechanics would overstay its welcome, it's already over. So
I've often tried to sit down and like with an NES game and do that, but it's like you look up a long play and it's like, oh yeah, 45 minutes to an hour. It's freaking you're gonna die a lot. You're gonna freaking start the game over. It never ends up being an hour, and I've stopped doing that.
no, yeah, I think I have about 3 or 4 hours into Punch Out on the NES app on Switch Online. It's like a 12-minute game, but it's just so difficult. All right,
Next up,
what you
another
got?
excellent experience, Final Fantasy Adventure.
Woo!
I streamed this game on my channel and didn't really know what to expect a whole lot. I'm a big Secret of Mana fan and Mana series in general, and this is the one on the collection of Mana for Switch that I hadn't checked out yet. This is a Game Boy title that's in Japan. It's called Seiken Densetsu. It's the first Mana game, and um, it's actually like nothing like the rest of the series. It's a freaking Zelda like, and I remember playing it and thinking like, wow, there are some things in here that like this game did before Link's Awakening, which was neat to find out. This game came out in '91 in North America, and it was surprisingly like 15 to 20 hours. And so you've got your overworld that you go to, and you're given vague directions of where you need to be going. The game has a map, which for a Game Boy game, that's kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like in-game map along with a separate map that was included with the box, and so
That's
you're gonna
cool.
need both of those. But the dungeons were pretty similar, I will say. Like there wasn't any crazy puzzle solving like in Zelda. There's some really good puzzle solving in like Link's Awakening. This game was lacking in that area, but I think that the dungeons were interesting enough and different enough to keep it enjoyable. Another RPG I've played recently is like Breath of Fire 2 on the Super Nintendo, or Breath of Fire 1. You go in every dungeon in that game, it is identical. Like you're at this point where you're just like, have I been here already? Like they're so boring and similar. I don't know if I can finish that game, but Final Fantasy Adventure, great game, not Final Fantasy at all, and it's got a great soundtrack, good pixel art, highly recommend.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I want to check that one out. That looks like I watched a lot of your stream for that one. That seems like a fun one.
I was surprised how long it was.
Yeah. Next up for me, I won't talk about it long. I'll just skim over it. But we got Soul Calibur 2. I think I talked enough about Soul Calibur in the first part where I talked about Soul Calibur 1. Because, the games are very similar, but they're great. Obviously this was put on Switch too. I whooped everybody's ass and had a great time. And Link's in this one, so who doesn't love Link? But yeah, that's all I have to say about that because we went over Soul Calibur already, and there's honestly not much of a difference between 1 and 2 besides different characters, maps, yada yada. They play pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's another one I played I think we talked about it already in this episode, but it's been a week or two. Yeah, everybody played 2, and I played 2. Never beat that game or anything, but me. Played Rayman on Game Boy Color. So I finished Final Fantasy Adventure on Game Boy, and then a week later I was like, all right, time to stream another game. We went with Game Boy Color Rayman, released in 2000, and you're currently playing this title, yes?
I am, actually. I was texting you about it earlier this week, so.
This game, you initially texted me, and my reaction was like, that game sucks, and then I was like, well, let me go back and see. I barely remember much of it, and so I was like skimming through my stream. I managed to put 5 hours into this little Game Boy Color platformer. One of them was the boss fight, and it came back to me. This is actually a pretty decent little platformer, like surprisingly good for the Game Boy Color. I feel like it's it came out the year of Rayman 2, and so you've got like the sprite work and the art and everything is themed around Rayman 2 and the setting of that game rather than Rayman 1, which is what the game is called. Um, but yes, we got Rayman 30th anniversary now, and this game has been ported to that collection, which
Hmm.
is very cool. They're calling it a version of Rayman. uh,
Yeah.
really, it's its own game,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
yeah, I was happy with the game. I was happy to find out that it wasn't just a bad port of Rayman 1. I was
Hmm.
happy to find out that it was actually its own game, and the levels were good. The platforming felt good. The final boss really made me angry. Um, so that's why I initially said that my experience was bad. But no, it was a pretty good game actually.
Looking forward to it. You guys will hear my thoughts next year.
Yeah, episode 4.
Gotta
Three.
give the people something to look forward to. Keep hook, line, and sinker. All right, next up, I played two Fire Emblem games in a row. So on July 28th, I beat Fire Emblem: The Sacred Stones, and then June 28th, and then on July 10th, I beat Fire Emblem: The Blazing Blade is what it's called in Japan, but here it's just called Fire Emblem because that was the first Fire Emblem to release here. I am a big Fire Emblem fan, and I say that with an asterisk because as much as I love the games, I have not played, even half of them because there's so many of them. But I love all the ones that I have played, and last year, between those two and another one I'll talk about later, I knocked off 3 more off the list. We did Sacred Stones for Generations Behind. That was Zach's pick because that's one of his favorite childhood games. I believe he said that it was his first Fire Emblem. And it's a very good time. It definitely has one of the weaker stories of all the Fire Emblem games, and I'm always shocked because people say that it's one of the easier ones, and I definitely had a couple of maps I was struggling on, so maybe that's just a skill issue. But if you don't know what Fire Emblem is, it's essentially fancy chess with anime characters. Um, Best way to describe it: tactical role-playing game where you have different characters of different classes. Certain elements are stronger than other elements. It's kind of a rock paper scissors system where it's like sword beats axe, axe beats spear, spear beats sword, and there's a similar thing for magic and this, that, the other. But it's a fantastic game. It brought in the mechanic of being able to choose what class your characters change into when you can reclass them once they get to a high enough level and you have the right items. This was the first game where you could choose between more than one class to change them to, so it's cool they added that mechanic. That's been in the series ever since then, and it's always good to have more variety, more options, because it leads to good replayability if you care about that kind of thing. But I did prefer the game just called Fire Emblem that came out before it. I thought that the cast of characters was better, I thought the map design was better, I thought the story was better. Pretty much overall, I preferred it, but I think that they're both fantastic games, and they're both worth playing. Yeah, that's about it.
Which one did you guys have me start up last year?
You started up Sacred Stones, so a lot of people
I
say
think I'm
that's
gonna enjoy it.
yeah, a lot of people say that that's like the best first Fire Emblem if you want to get
Mm.
into like the older ones. And that's probably true. My favorite is Path of Radiance on the GameCube, and that's a pretty hardcore one. I definitely don't think that's a good first Fire Emblem, but I think probably a good first one would either be Three Houses, Sacred Stones, or Awakening on the 3DS. If I were to recommend one to people. So, but yeah, I love Fire Emblem. I really want to play through the whole series eventually, or at the bare minimum, all the ones that have been localized in North America. So,
I know how good it feels to knock off a couple more from a long list like that.
hell yeah, you and Castlevania. So,
Yeah, and Rayman, you could say.
true, right? You got to count every port, though. All right, what you got next?
Doom: The Dark Ages.
Doom: The Dark Ages, your game of the year.
I finished this game on June 21st. I think it came out in May. Uh, it was like a day one. I think I started playing it like day one, or at the very least the first week it came out. I was very excited for this one. It was kind of a big change in terms of gameplay, but uh, definitely still feels like the last two games. In terms of, I mean, it's a trilogy, but um, they changed the pace a lot. If they slowed it down, and you're spending a lot less time like flying through the air and I don't know, chain grappling to your enemies. It's more ground based. You turn into like a tank, a slow, methodical tank of sorts, and You get this freaking shield that they love to show off in the trailers and stuff. It's a circular shield, and it's got a freaking chainsaw around the shield. It's just like that's
it's
what you come to Doom for.
it's so ridiculous. I love it.
It's what you come to do for is that ridiculous crap like that. And there's a parrying mechanic in this game that's super good. There's new weapons. You can still jump, but the combat is certainly taking more place on the ground. And there's a dragon that you get to fly on in this game. There's a few levels where you get to fly a dragon.
Crazy.
And then there's also a few levels where you get to control a giant demon mech, right? So they really changed up the gameplay in some areas. And I think it was probably my 2025 game of the year, just from the ones that I played that released last year, and it was excellent. I freaking loved it. Heck yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'll talk about it later. I have a couple of Doom games on my list this year, but I've yet to play any of the newer Doom games extensively. So I really want to. I think it'd be fun to marathon like Doom, whatever, Immortal or Infinite or whatever, and then that one.
Eternal.
Eternal. I couldn't remember the name. But yeah, I think it'd be fun to play all three of them back to back. I think that'd be a cool time.
I couldn't tell you anything about the story. It's there for sure, but the game, something about me, man. I love a good first person shooter campaign, and those games deliver for me.
Hell yeah, good stuff. Next up, I played the second worst Mario Kart ever made, Mario Kart Super Circuit. This game's butt. Controls like garbage. I think it's really ugly. These games just like on Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance, it just does not work. They're not fun. They're not pretty. They're not entertaining. Ask me to name a single track from this game, Christian. Ask me.
Hey Craig, what track was in Mario Kart Super Circuit?
I couldn't name one. They're all that unmemorable. Gun to my head, I would die because I couldn't name a single track from Super Mario Kart or Mario Kart Super Circuit.
How long did that take?
Like maybe an hour. So,
man, I don't know if I'll ever have the desire to play through that game.
It's not worth it. I want to beat every Mario Kart eventually. That's like a goal of mine because I'm like, it's a fun series. Playing through every track. Why not? But I can't beat Super Mario Kart. I've been trying for many years, and it's just like the AI and it's just so impossibly difficult and unfair to race against. Like they literally have access to items that you can't get. They get speed boosts just because you're ahead. It's like that game's just meant to punish you. But Mario Kart Super Circuit isn't even unfair. It's just not fun. So, but yeah, that's about it for that one. So.
I mean, nothing worse than a freaking rubber bandy racing game. I hate that crap.
Bullshit, man. We ain't into it.
Another Game Boy game for me, and it was on the Switch too.
Ooh.
Mario's Picross.
Let's go.
Real game of the year.
Game of the life.
Game of the life.
Game of existence.
This game had its 30th anniversary last year. They brought it to Switch too.
No one knows that but you.
Zach is the reason. Your friend Zach Daily Beating.
My friend. You're like you don't want to claim him.
Beat this on July 8th. So I was playing this game for months. It might have come to NSO the year before. It took me a long time because it's a really long game.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect game for like bedtime until you get to these later levels where you're like, the levels take so long that you almost run out of time. Your timer is 30 minutes. It's crazy.
Jeez. That's crazy.
But yeah, Picross it's not even like an original idea. It's just this game that was probably in newspapers that you filled out with a pencil and they turned it into a video game with like a couple of Mario characters. I don't know what my deal is, but I really freaking enjoy this game. It's like a good, I think it's called a nonogram is the type of puzzle it is, but it's very fun, and you're making pictures by filling out squares, and I don't know if any of that even sounds relatively interesting to anyone. There's a million Picross games you can buy on the Switch eShop, and there's 2 on NSO, 1 on Game Boy, 1 on Super Famicom.
Finally, life is worth living. Next for me, um, some people said this is game of the year. I certainly wouldn't say it's game of the year, and that is Donkey Kong Bonanza, the game that all my friends give me shit for not thinking is, super excellent, because I don't think it's super excellent. I think it's, kind of fun. It's I don't know. Nothing about this game ended, like, as time goes on, I'm even like more sour on it. I'm just like, it was very mindless. There's not really a lot of the upgrades don't feel, worth it. I feel like you're not really incentivized to go for any of the collectibles. Nothing is stopping you from just going from beginning to end of this game. A lot of the boss fights are, just match A and is over. It is fun to dig, but that the mechanic of just going into the ground or into the walls, this, that, the other, it really lost its luster for me about halfway through this game. And it is, I'm not going to say it's not fun, because it's kind of fun, but to me it just got totally old after a while. Like, it was not a gimmick or a mechanic that I wanted to keep playing over and over and over again. I don't know, I'm just not super duper big on this game like everyone else was. It's like it's a perfectly fine 3D platformer, but to me it's not really any more than that.
I don't know how to argue with any of that, because everything you said is kind of true.
You're like, but it's a 10 out of 10.
I'm not going to say that, but it is something that I can tell you that it made me happy and I enjoyed playing it.
And that's all that matters.
But the no, I mean, there is more that matters than just that. It's if we are ranking it, it does have its issues. Seems a little harsh, but I played probably twice the amount of hours you played of this game. I went and completed, because like you said, you can fly through and go to the finish line if you want to. And I have a really bad habit of, if I beat it, the desire to go back is going to just diminish so hard. So
once the credits roll in a video game, I'm usually ready to move on. I'm the same way.
So I forced myself to go through each world and complete every single one before going on to the next one. That was the only way that I could really experience the game. Some of them were challenging. Some of the bananas were challenging to get. But for the most part, it's just this constant rush of dopamine. You can't take 5 steps without hitting another banana. And it's kind of crazy. I liked it a lot. That's pretty much all I could say. I did almost 100% the game, but the last few things that needed to be done, it was like, I'm good. It was like repetitive nonsense that would have, I don't know, maybe even left a sour taste in my mouth at the end, because that was how dumb it was. It was like, get enough coins so you can purchase something or something like that. Yeah, I think it was a very solid game that is not better than Mario Odyssey.
Not even close.
Yeah, you made a good point as well about once you got the vacuum power up, it was just like, why would I use anything else? And that was kind of lame. Also, the boss fights, man,
they're all bad.
Fights are so easy.
And no spoilers because the game's too new, but I thought that the last boss was just annoying, not even really fun. So
I don't even remember. I mean, I know who it was, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people are high on this game. It's just, I don't know. It didn't have a lot of substance for me and what I enjoy. Like, well, I was going through the worlds, taking my time, and after a while, I was just over it, and I started doing like what you were saying. I just kind of started blasting through it because I was just kind of like, I'm ready to be done. And I probably put about 10 hours into it, and that was more than enough, honestly, by the time it was over. And then you kind of have to grind for gold at the end if you don't happen to have enough. So I had to go back and grind for a little while. So. But yeah, it was a video game. Not worth buying a Switch 2 for, though, I'll say that much.
That I agree with as well.
Alright, what you got next on your list?
Why don't you do another one?
Yeah, sure. So next up is another Fire Emblem game, and that is Fire Emblem Engage. So I was on a real big Fire Emblem hot streak for about a month at that point. And Fire Emblem Engage has some of the worst writing I've ever seen in any video game. But it has probably the best gameplay in the entire series, so it totally makes up for it. a lot of people don't like the art style of this game or the character designs. I think it's great. A lot of them are very, a lot of, popping colors, over exaggerated features, and over exaggerated like designs on their outfits and this, that, the other. I loved it. I thought they were great. I think the cast of characters, even though the writing is not very good, I really enjoyed the cast of characters. I liked the way they look. I thought the game had some pretty great music. Not the best Fire Emblem soundtrack, but still pretty good. It had some excellent map design. And it's very interesting because the way that the gameplay works in this game is you can basically like assign subclasses to your characters with emblem rings, and that basically makes it so they could transform. They get all these stat boosts. They get like all this other kind of fancy stuff to just make them stronger, and it's kind of game breaking in a way. And the game kind of expects you to learn how to break it by the end, because if you're not an expert at like your builds, the end game is very, very difficult. So it's like the game knows that it gives you a broken mechanic, and they're just like, you got about 28 maps to figure out how broken you can be, otherwise you're gonna struggle. And I thought that was kind of cool and interesting. Like I said, some of the worst writing in any video game ever, but the gameplay is some of the best I've ever played in a tactical role playing game. Probably the best I've ever played in a tactical role playing game. So if the story is not the most important part to you, definitely worth playing. I would also not say this is a good Fire Emblem game for newcomers though, because it's definitely like a fan servicey, like for the fans kind of game in terms of like the story and a lot of the character cameos, so to say. You're not going to have any appreciation for the emblem rings because they're all based off of characters from past games unless you've played any of the past games. So
sounds awesome for a Fire Emblem fan.
Dude, I loved it. I'm telling you, it's so much fun. It was so good. I was obsessively playing it, and that was honestly part of why I sped ran through Donkey Kong Bonanza, because I was like, I just want to get back to Fire Emblem because I was enjoying it so much more.
That's the one with the Colgate hair.
Yep, that is Toothpaste Chan, as they call her. So,
all right, I have. Oh, Echoes of Wisdom.
Ooh, I want to hear about this.
This game brought me a lot of joy. I played it on Switch 2, and it was a Switch 1 game from 2024. It was apparently had frame rate issues or some kind of performance issues on Switch 1. I had a great time with no issues at all in this game, but for the audience, the gimmick in this game is you play as Zelda. First of all, that's a gimmick on its own, but you have like this magic wand that lets you duplicate everything in the world, and anything stupid from like a bed to something like an enemy, and you acquire these things that you can duplicate and place in the world and use to your advantage. And so it's a top-down 2D Zelda, I guess you can call it. Top down, at least it is three-dimensional. But you have this power now to solve dungeons. It's almost like a perfect bridge from the old top-down Zeldas to like the Breath of the Wild type stuff, where it's all open world and you have so many different ways to solve these puzzles. And because of how many things you had at your disposal, it kind of was an easier Zelda game. I said earlier in the episode that Minish Cap is probably the easiest Zelda game I've ever played. I think that's still true, but this was a pretty
close second.
Yeah, for sure. But even so, like, it was so much fun, and it wasn't super long. I imagine every top-down Zelda is probably like 20 hours or something. This is probably in that same ballpark. And I thought the dungeons were good. I thought that, I again can't tell you about the story because I usually just don't care. But
fair.
I just remember, it's been 6 months now, but I do remember very much enjoying this game, and I think I knocked it out pretty quick because I was just having such a great time with it.
I'm very excited to get back to that one. I played it a little bit on the original Switch, and it was very choppy, and it annoyed me because I'm like, there's no reason this game shouldn't run well. So
not bad, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty bad. So I was like, I'm just gonna wait, because I know that it runs better on Switch too. So that's just a matter of whenever I'm next in the mood for a a top-down Zelda again, but I definitely do plan on playing it. So
Dare I say, maybe a little underrated. Like, I don't know if anybody's talking about this game ever since it came out. You
yeah,
know?
it came and went surprisingly fast. So
Yeah,
which is crazy for a Zelda game. But
yeah.
next for me, I played through Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Turtles in Time, the arcade version. Also on the Cowabunga collection. I really don't have that much to say, honestly, because it's very similar to the other TMNT game in the arcade. It looks very similar, sounds very similar, plays very similar, but it's a good time. It's good hour of your time. That's pretty much all I'll say. Is
Yeah.
if you like a beat 'em up, this is pretty much as good as this is gonna get, probably. So, and then after that, I played Coffee Talk 2 or Coffee Talk Episode 2, Hibiscus and Butterfly. Have I talked to you about the Coffee Talk games before? I'm not sure.
I think you might have, but it's been a while.
Yeah, so they are basically, I've talked before, on previous shows about, my beloved Valhalla, the bartending cyberpunk simulator game that I love very much, also a top 10 game of all time. Coffee Talk is like that, except you're a barista, essentially. So this is the second game of the series. There's not, these games are very much straightforward visual novels. You're not really actually, there's tons and tons of dialogue. Basically, you're just reading a book, with moving pixel art of well drawn characters. And there's the only gameplay is, when somebody wants to order a drink, you make their drink, and that's just selecting a couple of options and hitting OK. So it's like gameplay is definitely not the main focus of these games. The most gameplay you can get is if you make a latte, you could pour milk and make latte art. So it's like this game is pretty much just a visual novel, but these games have lots of really well done dialogue. The concept of the coffee talk games are very cool. They're basically like a modern day game or like modern day setting, but fantasy characters just also happen to exist. So it's like, there's orcs and elves and all these other different things, and they just live amongst humans, and it's just the norm. So it's like they're not like, dressing like orcs and elves in fantasy, like, like the orc is coming in wearing like their kind of like jean jacket or whatever else, and they also happen to be like a game programmer and this, that, the other, and they just talk to you, invent about their job or their girlfriend or whatever else. So these games rely heavily on whether or not the characters connect to you. So your mileage may vary, but I thought Coffee Talk 1 was better, but 2 was also great. Valhalla, I think, takes the cake though in terms of like these serving drink simulators. There's not many of them, but I think that there needs to be way more serving drink simulators, so to say. And big fan. I loved it a lot. It also introduced me to Butterfly PT, which is my favorite kind of tea. So thank you for doing that Coffee Talk episode
Oh
too.
wow.
Yeah, I literally drink like 2 cups a night. After I played that game, I was like, wow, because it's like literally tea that's like the super beautiful bright blue, and or like not bright, but like kind of like a muted, almost like I'll pull this up. I have a Sonic the Hedgehog keychain, kind of like that color blue, which is, kind of an odd color for a liquid. But it's very pretty, and I was like, I'm gonna try it. So I ordered like a bag of the flowers on Amazon, and it's actually like the best tea ever. So I discovered my favorite tea through that game, which is funny.
That's actually very cool.
Mhm.
And it's a coffee game.
Exactly. But shout out, yeah, to Coffee Talk. I think that those games are great. We're getting the third one in a couple of months, and I cannot wait. One of the games I'm looking forward to most this year. I'm not a huge visual novel fan, but the ones that I love, I really love. So I'm very excited that Coffee Talk's gonna keep going.
Yeah, I gotta check out that genre.
Yep. Also, pretty easy platinum trophies / achievements if you're one of those people. So
We have to talk about The Little Mermaid on NES.
yes, we do. One of the best NES games. Tell me all about it.
So I guess this was on your 2024 beaten list.
I think it was 2025, but yes. Or no, yeah, that would be 2 years ago. Yes, sorry. Something like that.
Yeah, I guess you played this and inspired me 100% to play it, along with Tom Sawyer, which I have not played yet, but it was a fine game. It was just a very average. I guess let me explain it to the audience. You're
Yeah.
swimming as Ariel through the game,
Mhm.
so it's not a platformer like normal. I guess like a normal 2D side scroller. You are swimming through the ocean, and Your attack is, as you have already alluded to, it's like Klonoa. You shoot a bubble at your enemies and it
Hmm.
captures them, right? And that's pretty much it. Like there are some extras in each level. It seems that there are things like you can collect.
But it doesn't change
And I'm
anything.
yeah, it's probably just score because it was a high score era back then that you could look at scores if you wanted to. I mean, that's pretty much it. It was a very short game. It was pretty easy, and I don't have anything else to really say about it.
I don't know. I think it's fun. I thought that just the aesthetics of the game was fun. The music was fun. The sprite work was good.
It was
I,
pretty.
I enjoy a simple, old school platformer once in a while, and that's kind of what it is. So I had a lot of fun with it. But I am 100% convinced that this is the game that inspired the combat in Klonoa. I'm like, because I can't think of an older game that does something like that, or any other game besides Klonoa that does it. So I'm like, somebody at Namco played Little Mermaid on NES, and they're like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest mechanic I've ever seen." And they were right; it's great.
And it's a Capcom title, probably
Yes.
NES Capcom was like known for being very difficult, but
Hmm.
not this one.
Now, I maybe they just like were like hoping, to get like the young girl audience. I have no
Yeah.
idea. Like, dude, that definitely could have been part of it. But I think that it's a great game. It's more fair than most NES platformers. It's more accessible than most NES platformers, and I think it's definitely underrated. So.
Next up will be Tom Sawyer this year for sure.
And then we'll hopefully start getting Tom Sawyer likes instead of Castlevania likes.
Instead of Hollow Knight likes.
Exactly. So funny. Next up for me was a replay of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Also through Switch 2. We also did this one for Generations Behind. It is my favorite Zelda game. And it still is, I will say. I love Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, A Link Between Worlds as well. Like they're all four of them are floating in my top 25. But to me, I think that Wind Waker does open world Zelda right, even more so compared to like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like there is a lot of wonder and mystery and true discoverabilities sailing through the ocean. Maybe I'm just used to it because I played this game even when I was a kid, but like the tedium of changing the wind whenever you have to and this, that, the other, I didn't mind it. I think aesthetically, the Zelda game, the Wind Waker, is one of the best looking and best held up Zelda games because of the art style that they went with. And I just love it. I'm a big fan of it. I think that it has some really good dungeons. It has some really fun bosses, some fantastic music, and it's like when I play Wind Waker, I stop in every square and I make sure I fill out my chart. I love doing every island. I don't 100% the game because that's way too much work with all like the photographs and all that stuff. But everything else about it, fantastic time. I think that it's not my most played Zelda, but it's still my favorite. I've played it twice on the GameCube and once on the Wii U. And no, I played it 3 times on the GameCube, once on the Wii U. And still my favorite one, even after replaying it again for the first time in many years. So
We were on Switch 2 chat one night and you were just struggling so hard with a slide puzzle, man.
oh yeah, that was rough. But that's more of a skill issue, unfortunately. But
I don't like
I
those
do
puzzles.
remember in that moment I was just like, this is the worst Zelda. I changed my mind. This sucks. I was crashing out.
I think I've had negative things to say about this game in the past, but I've been thinking about it a lot, and my biggest issue isn't with the graphics like a lot of people. I think the game is great. I think the dungeons are great. I hated the Triforce pieces, having to hunt those down.
Hmm.
But here's the thing I've been thinking about. I It's similar to like Mario Kart World. I was talking about if I was 12 and I had more time to just explore a world, then I might enjoy it more. This is probably that. I think if I wasn't trying to experience a million games, if I was just like content playing Wind Waker for 30, I don't know, an extra 5 hours, let's say, and I could
Yeah.
go explore the ocean like they made it to be and like they intended it to be,
Hmm.
um, I would not have that complaint. I would go out there and just like enjoy exploring. So I'm basically what I'm saying is I am backpedaling a little bit on my critiques of it. I played it as an adult,
Hmm.
maybe 6 years ago, and um, I think maybe my complaints about it are not valid anymore. Is
Well,
what I'm saying.
and really, if your biggest beef is the Triforce Quest, which in my opinion, I don't mind it because like I said, I love the exploration part of Wind Waker. It's fun feeling like you're like a pirate going on an adventure looking for treasure. This and the
Yeah,
other. I think it's great. But if your biggest problem is the Triforce Quest, is it literally does get cut in half if you play the Wii U version because you only have to find four
yeah,
Triforce charts, and then you could just find the rest in the ocean. So even Nintendo listened on that complaint. So maybe that is, a critical error in the design of the game. But, they're both great. I think, in general, I would suggest the Wii U version for people because this probably, takes out a lot of the tedium. But I still think the GameCube version is great.
yeah. It certainly is. 2025 release here. I'm gonna knock out two at once. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4.
Let's go.
This came to Game Pass day one, and I was looking forward to playing it. I played the first two. Did you play the first two remakes?
Mm-mm. I did not.
These are probably better. I mean, the
Okay.
remakes are the same quality, but like the games themselves are probably better than one and two.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I I just really freaking enjoyed it. That's pretty much all I can say because it's Tony Hawk. Everyone's
Yeah.
played Tony Hawk, or you know what it is. I don't have to explain it, but the gameplay and the little 2 minutes you get to go roam around the world and try to get all these challenges checked off. Man, we love a good checklist out here, man. It's it's so fun to check off a checklist. Did you lose me?
No,
Okay.
you're good.
Um, the yeah, it's a great time, and they couldn't have done any better with the remakes. Except I've heard that like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 has like a career mode that they completely cut. I don't know
Yeah.
anything about that. Um, but what I got from these games was great. The final level of 4 was literally on a pinball table. You are inside of a pinball
That's
table.
awesome.
It's so cool. Um, yeah, I think I got every checklist. Usually, I'm the type of person to move on to the next skate park without finishing 100% of the tasks on the previous parks. But I think I 100% of these parks. Um, for whatever reason, I was feeling it. I really enjoyed my time with both of these.
Hell yeah, that's great. I would love to play them. When I was a kid, we had 1 and 2 on the Dreamcast, and then I had American Wasteland for the PS2. But I never played 3 or 4, and it seems like people preferred 3 and 4 the most. So I'd like to check it out. But part of me wants to just play the old ones because of the missing career mode. But I don't know how much that really matters, or if like it's even super quality or not. But I should just pick all these games up eventually anyway, just to have them and play them because they're always a good time. I'm personally more of a skate man myself. I love the skate games.
Mm,
Um, but Tony Hawk's always a good time. So
I never played Skate.
next up, I'm gonna lump these three together because they all kind of go together. They're by the same developer. Same series technically. So I got Hide and Dance, Mom Hid My Game 2, and My Brother Ate My Pudding. So, uh, these games, the Mom Hid My Game series, I guess is what we can call it, is basically like about like just like a little Japanese family where it's a young boy, a teenage girl, a mom, and a grandpa, and these games just kind of just have a bunch of shenanigans involving these four. So Hide and Dance is a rhythm game where it has like a bunch of really fun music, and you're dancing. The symbols for whatever button prompt are coming down on the screen. You hit them when they get inside the circle, like any other rhythm game. But it has a mechanic where you're like live streaming basically to like on Instagram is kind of the joke. Like it has like the little number of people in the corner watching you or whatever, and as you can see your door start to creep open, you have to stop dancing because you don't want to get embarrassed with your mom walking in with you dancing on Instagram. So it's like, and it's like it'll stop and cut, the music will stop, and then the door will shut, and then the music will start, and you start dancing. It's super fun. It's a super cheap game. You can play through all the songs in probably about an hour. You can unlock like the other characters, like you could unlock a cat to dance as, you could unlock the grandpa and dance as him instead. It's really stupid and really fun. I absolutely had a blast with it. It gave me a good laugh. These games are also all very funny. Um, Mom Hid My Game 2. So the original game, Mom Hid My Game, is the same as that. What it is basically you're a kid that has a knockoff DS and your mom keeps hiding it so that like you stop playing video games. So it's a puzzle game where you're moving things around the house or interacting with different objects to make certain things happen to try to find your DS. But it's like, sometimes you open up the window and your mom's there instead of your DS, and then you'll lose the level and you have to start over. So it's very goofy and funny like that. And sometimes it'll be it'll try to fool you, like it'll be like you think you could see like your mom's picture in the closet or whatever, so you don't open the closet, you open the window and your mom's there. Then when you're playing again, you open up the closet and it's like a picture of your mom there and the DS is on the floor. It's silly and goofy. It's fun. These games are all like I think like $2.99 in like an hour of your time, but they're super fun. My Brother Ate My Pudding is you trying to find your brother because you're playing the sister and he keeps stealing your pudding. So a similar game to Mom Hid My Game. But these games are all so fun. They're super, like I said, super weird, just goofy little cheap games. But it's all four of them are 100% worth playing. The humor in them is impeccable. So
That sounds pretty adorable.
oh, they're fantastic. I cannot recommend these games enough. And they're all, I believe, the only one that's missing on Switch actually is the first Mom Hid My Game. I think you have to either play that on like iOS PC or if you hack your 3DS, but I don't think there's a way to play it on Switch. So
That's weird.
but you should find a way because they're super fun. I don't know. It's very hard for video games to be funny. Usually video games aren't funny even when they try to be, but these games have all gotten, between like a hard nose, like breathe out the nose or a hard chuckle out of me. So definitely recommend it. At the very least, Hide and Dance probably because it's very funny and I love a good rhythm game and it's a very good rhythm game.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Split Fiction, boy. Oh my gosh,
I've heard
I
great
love
things.
Split Fiction. Yeah, I mean, if you like the other game they made, the name is
It Takes Two.
that's the one.
And they made a
Yeah,
way
I mean,
out. Mm-hmm.
if you like 3D platformers and puzzle solving and co-op games, I mean, my gosh, they just do it so perfectly. Like it's unbelievable how good the co-op side of it is. It's like you can't progress without the other person, and it's not the type of game where you can just kind of drag player two along with you. If you're playing with like an 8-year-old or something, you can't just like drag them and do it for them. They have to act like whoever you're playing with has to be able to play video games well enough to progress.
Mm-hmm.
And the puzzle solving is satisfying. These are like gorgeous games with fully voice acted characters, and the story was fine. It was pretty interesting, and the worlds that you get to travel through, because this one specifically has you like taking portals to different worlds. I'll say without spoiling things, but it was just so good, and you never know what like the next level is gonna hold. I think that's probably one of the best things about it is like it is not just the setting, it's also the gameplay. You don't know what character you're going to be playing as. You don't know what like entity, I'll say. You don't even know, you could be an object or you could be a living thing that you're going to be playing as in the next level, and you have to learn new controls for this new entity that you're playing as, and they do it so freaking well. I had so much fun playing online with a friend, but if you play local, it's probably even better, local co-op. But highly recommend this freaking game.
Yeah, I really want to check these games out eventually. Maybe I'll just have to make you replay them so that I have someone to play them with. Because I haven't gotten to play as Takes Two or A Way Out or Split Fiction, and they all seem like a great time. So
Yeah, I didn't play with my significant other for either time. I don't have a significant other, but if I did, I didn't play with them either time. I played with close friends, and they both went great. I would love to do that with you.
nice, cool, that'd be fun. All right, so next for me would be Wind Waker, or not Wind Waker, Minish Cap, but we already talked about that, so we're skipping ahead to Crusader of Senti, a kind of Zelda clone before Zelda clones were a thing on the Sega Genesis. Very expensive Atlas game for you game collectors out there. It was all right. I think that the game is a little overrated. It had a lot of clunky level design, a lot of like where do I go next, a lot of very slippery controls, and I'm not a big fan of slippery controls most of the time, especially in a game where it's about positioning. So it's a little obnoxious, but it had great music, had great sprite work. I don't know if I'd recommend it. Maybe if you're just super curious and you're very into Zelda likes, but I thought that it was like just an above average video game overall. It had a lot of frustrating moments that took me out of it. But it's kind of an interesting, unique piece of history because it's kind of one of the original hidden gems when people talk about hidden gems on consoles. So
Yeah, I do want to play it. I don't know if there's really any historical relevance to play it, but
not really.
um, I have interest in playing it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard it's slippery. Maybe that was you or Zach that I've heard that from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, he doesn't stop moving when you stop moving the. Like,
No, there's a bit of
little
momentum to him, so which is just very strange for that style of game. So usually, you play a Zelda or something like that. You're not, obviously you're not really on a grid, but you feel like you're on kind of a grid. So
yeah,
like it's like you have your 4 directions, and he's kind of like, I don't know, he can kind of just land anywhere, which just feels strange sometimes. So
interesting. I just in general don't play enough Genesis. I could always use some more Genesis in my life.
You're probably fine.
I played on stream Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I'm like 11 Castlevania games deep, and I decided to branch out to the other, what's his name, Koji Igarashi, his other game. This game, I don't like how it looks. I'll say that right off the bat, but it does play very well, and it does feel like a Castlevania game. So they accomplished what they set out to accomplish. Really, the art style was weird. As I don't know, man. It's Castlevania is like you think of hand drawn portraits and art pieces and stuff, and this was kind of like, I don't know, like an anime that was computer generated or something. It doesn't feel hand drawn to me. I don't like how it looks, and that actually stands out a lot to me. But
it looks cheap, so unfortunately,
yes,
it just looks cheap. So,
and it shouldn't have been because that Kickstarter got a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a freaking great game. If you've played all the GBA, the DS games, Symphony of the Night, and you're just like, I need more Castlevania, yeah, you should absolutely play this. It did not top Symphony of the Night for me. It did not top probably any other Castlevania I've played, but it was a lot of fun. Was there any like main gimmick in that game? Nothing's really like standing out in my memory, but it does a good job of taking a lot of the stuff that Igarashi and the Konami team did back on those glory days of Castlevania and bring it forward. I think it's definitely worth your time if you're a Castlevania guy,
and
or just a Metroidvania guy.
We're gonna get a second one, which is crazy. So I never thought we'd get a sequel. So
the same year that we're getting Castlevania,
as if Metroidvanias weren't already oversaturated. But now it doesn't feel egregious when you're getting a Castlevania, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Or another Iga game, so because he's pretty much the godfather at this point, or whoever designed the original Metroid.
Those two are going to be compared to each other for sure.
Yeah,
people are going to be like, yeah,
it's going to be rough for Bloodstained. It's going to really have to stand out when there's a new Castlevania. So because the original came out when Castlevania was dead for years, and we didn't think it would ever come back. So.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive. Next up for me, on September 7th, I beat Valky 64. So this is a indie game from a few years ago. We get a lot of N64 style platformer games, but this went to imitate, Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, more of a 3D Zelda-like. So that was kind of cool and fun. You could tell that this game... How do I put this without sounding mean? Because it's an indie game and I don't want to be mean. I enjoyed it a lot. Let me preface it with that. There's a lot of jank to it. You could tell that this wasn't made by like a video game expert or like like a team that makes video games. This definitely felt like a one-man project, and I don't know if it is or not. But I really liked it a lot. I think the game had a ton of charm. I think that it did a very good job recreating the style of an N64 game in terms of like the textures and the way that everything looked. It has the issue that I talked about earlier in the first recording session of this game, where a lot of N64 style indie games just don't get the lighting right, and that's the one thing that takes me out of it.
Yeah.
But I thought that, as clunky and jank as the game was, I thought it had a lot of charm. I thought that it was fun. And I think that if you're looking for a 3D Zelda like, it's like this game is like maybe $5 or less. It's super cheap. It's something fun and different to check out. Support an indie developer. I would love for us to get a second game, because it's one of those things where it's like you could tell, where the magic was in creating this, and you could definitely see them making it even better another go around. Like if they had another chance to make a Valky 64 too or whatever, I would love that. I don't know what the developers do and what they plan on doing, but I thought that this was a very fun romp. Another game that, it probably closer to the 3 or 4 hour range, but I was able to beat it in an evening and I had a great time with it. So
very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I played Psycho Dream on the Super Famicom. I did a podcast last year, and we talked about like 5 Super Famicom games that never came to America that are on Nintendo Switch Online, and this was one of them. This game looked awesome. The box art's all mysterious. It's just like a really cool font for the word Psycho Dream, and there's just like bubbles, and it looks like it's underwater, and I don't know why, because there's nothing underwater about this game, but neat idea for the story. And like, I'm not even going to go into it. The game is very Castlevania-y, and like old Castlevania, not Metroidvania.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a side-scrolling, I guess, action platformer. And I don't have anything really good to say about the gameplay. There's like long levels. It's a short game, honestly, but the levels are pretty long, and you just go left to right, killing everything in sight, and then there's a boss fight, and you start out and you're like, okay, I'm pretty good at this game, and then you get to like one boss in the middle of the game, and you're like there for a long time, and it's tough, and it's not a fair tough. It's just like a really annoying tough. And then you do that again. You go through a few more levels in the game, and all of a sudden you're at the final boss. And the final boss was hard as freaking nails for me. But the game looks great. It plays like just a 5 out of 10 game, and I didn't have a great time with it. The power-ups weren't super cool. I'm having a tough time remembering a lot of the details, but it's not the best 16-bit, action platformer out there. You're better off playing a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. They re-released that game like as a viable title on Switch 2 and PS5 and all that stuff randomly last year too.
Wow.
Don't know why, but if you want to buy this 5 out of 10, now you can. You don't need a Switch.
It's this game that like graphically makes you really want to play it.
I was gonna say aesthetically it looked really cool, but I remember you saying you didn't enjoy it much, so
yep,
it'd be like that. Next up, Sword of the Sea. This is another shorter game, kind of technically an indie game, I think. Maybe by the people who did like Flower Journey, stuff like that. A very good, relaxing 3D platformer game where you're basically like surfing or skateboarding on a sword and bringing like water and life back to a desert. It's a very zen, relaxed game. A good de-stressor, very calm, very low stakes, but it's a fun time and I enjoyed it a lot. I think I was annoyed because there was a trophy for beating it in under 2 hours, and I think like my time was like 2 hours and 9 minutes, so I was annoyed because I was like, I'm not gonna play it again. But it would have been nice to have that achievement just to have it. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. I believe it's on like Game Pass and PlayStation Plus and all that stuff. That's how I played it. But a nice relaxing game if you're having a stressful day.
That sounds awesome. Honestly. I played Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour.
Woo! Game of the year.
I spent $10 on this game promoting an evil corporation's evil business practices.
Yes, you did.
Um, yeah, I mean, I really hated buying a Switch 2 and not feeling like I got a new console. Like that was kind of annoying to me, and this was me trying to redeem that. Is like Astro's Playroom is so good, and it was such an incredible experience. And it was like, oh wow, this PS5 is so much cooler than the PS4 I had for all these years. And the Switch 2 comes out, and I get Mario Kart, and did we? I guess we had Donkey Kong. No, I mean this came out launch day, so it
Hmm.
was just like, man, I really wish that I felt like I bought a $500 machine, and it just didn't feel like a next gen console generation for me. And all that to say, this obviously did not help me with that. This was like a tutorial that like showed me the features of the console. It showed me what the controllers could do. Every aspect of the console, down to like the very nitty gritty engineering details and like why they decided to do this and what's so much more powerful than this. And I find that interesting. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed just like is like reading a manual for parts of the game. Like there's a ton of mini games to experience and things to help you experience like what the new controllers can do, what the new camera can do, all this crap. And you're literally the game takes place on a virtual Switch 2 console that you're like walking through. You're taking stairs into the internals of the console, and it's not just like it's a actual representation with like 3D models that they put in there of probably like that they used for their IP and stuff to make this console. And so you're going in there and you're like stepping over wires and hard drive, and you're stepping on all kinds of things inside the console, and that I really appreciated for sure. The mini games inside of this are like high score mini games, and they are all designed to show you how this console does new things and what all it's capable of. And so I guess in that area, it did help a little bit to make me feel like I bought a new machine. 100%. The biggest gripe with this thing is that it did not come free with the console. It was not worth $10. I mean, it was worth $10, but it should have been free.
Hmm.
Because I probably got 10 or I'm gonna say I got 10 hours of gameplay out of it, and I had fun with it.
That is kind of
To tell
crazy
you the
that there's
truth.
that much content, um,
Yeah,
in a console tutorial, but it definitely probably should have been free.
I'm not gonna recommend anybody buy this, but if what I said sounds interesting, I don't know.
I feel like it'd be
It
really
was it
funny
was a
to
good
buy
time.
that game now when I got the Switch at launch. Seems a little late, but
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
still wouldn't be able to finish it because I don't have I have a Pro controller now for the Switch 2, but I still don't have a camera for it, so can't 100% it.
Yeah, I'm missing a pro controller as well. So I will have to go back and do those final mini games when I get a pro controller.
All right, next for me, I'm gonna blast through this one and then move on to the next one because DDD's Drum Dash is a very very short, forgettable, not very interesting or good rhythm slash platformer game for the 3DS. There's like fucking I don't know 8 levels and each one is a different song and they're all easy and boring and you just move from one end of the screen to the next and you bounce to the rhythm. So whatever.
What is the
But
name of this?
DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe.
So it's Kirby?
Yeah, it was like a download only title, and I think it actually might be
Oh.
packaged with one of the 3DS Kirby games, but it was also released standalone. So, but the good game that I played after that was Ultimate Doom. So for Generations Behind, we did an episode on Doom 1 and Doom 2. Ultimate Doom is basically the version of Doom that has all the levels packed into one thing, including the extra episode that they added later on after I believe it was after the release of Doom 2. Um, and I played this on Switch 2 and I had a fantastic time. Doom is so much fun. It holds up so well. You know, it looks amazing. The music is absolutely banging. It's like a 16-bit metal soundtrack and it's just so cool. Um, the final was fairly underwhelming, unfortunately, but pretty much everything else about it was fantastic. The weapon variety is great. You just feel like you're mowing everything down. There's a
Yeah.
little bit of kind of platforming elements and puzzle elements, but not too much. It's really just about being a fun first-person shooter, and it does an excellent job at that. So, big fan of Doom. Recommend it to anybody. It holds up way better than it has any right to for being, the kind of game it is and coming out of the time period that it did. It's so good.
That was, I probably said it in the last year's episode, but I felt the exact same way.
So
Like I
good.
just it held up so freaking well.
It's a great
Great
time.
game.
And I probably should just talk about Doom 2 now since I'm on the subject. But Doom 2, good but not as good. A lot of really weird, interesting level design. And like bad, interesting. Unfortunately, like I appreciate that they try to do different things, but a lot of it just doesn't work. You find yourself running around trying to figure out what to do sometimes, and in these kind of games, you shouldn't be trying to figure out what to do. You should just be able to do. I like to think of it as Doom 1 is a shooter with some puzzles, and Doom 2 is a puzzle game with shooting elements.
Hmm.
Is probably the best way to look at it. Doom 2 worth playing, but didn't have nearly as much fun with it as I did with Doom 1. Like Doom 1, I was like, when it was over, I was like, man, I could play that again. And when Doom 2 was over, I was like, oh good, it's finally over. So it definitely started to get long into tooth at the end, but looking at the scores I gave Ultimate Doom a 9 and I gave Doom 2 a 7, so I still liked it a fair amount.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about Doom 1, and like you were telling me about all this extra stuff that happens after you roll the credits or something, and I don't think I experienced
Oh yeah,
all of
I think
that.
it was one of the extra episodes or something because it's split up into episodes, and at the end of each episode there's credits. So you might have not played it all, depending on how much you played. But
I mean, yeah, yeah, I need to look into that for sure.
that'd be awesome if all this time you thought you beat Doom and you played like the first 5 levels.
I mean, I guess I beat 1993's Doom
There you go.
original,
Yeah, it's probably
the
more accurate.
floppy disk.
Hell yeah, the floppy disk variant.
Um, I played Dying Light 2 last year. So, Dying Light the Beast came out last year. My roommate doesn't play a lot of video games. He loves a lot of zombie games like Resident Evil 4. He loves Call of Duty Zombies, and he loves Dying Light. And these games, I feel like, are not super popular. They're really known for like how good they are at traversing the world.
Yeah, they're very
Specifically,
parkoury, right?
that's the word. Yeah. Um, I never played the first one. I didn't play the new one, but I got this game actually opening weekend when it came out. When did this game come out? It was 2021, 2022. I got this game opening weekend back then, and I started playing it, and the first 2 hours or whatever is like a tutorial, and it's super linear. I'm loving it. And then it just opens you up to the whole city, and I'm like, dang, I hate open world stuff sometimes, man. Um, and so like for literally the last 3 years, I would pick this up once in a while, like every 6 months or something. I'd like play a few more hours, and it just like wasn't my type of game. But I was happy to get it like day one with my roommate because I was promised co-op for this game, and it's the type of game where you don't go and progress together. It's like you each have your own worlds, and you can experience that together. Um, but it's not like you guys have your own save file. It's like come hang out in my save file and help me progress, and then we'll go to your world and do that.
Oh, that's obnoxious.
It just I don't like that. I'm sure
No.
that's very popular and a lot of people like that. I do not. Um, the gameplay itself is great. I think that if you're someone that loves open world, you love hand to hand combat, you love like a million side quests, like a Far Cry type game, then sure, this is probably right up your alley. But I need. I would have loved this game if it was like linear. I don't want to spend a long time in the open world traveling to my next destination. I don't want to do a bunch of side quests usually in my video games. So I don't know. I'm not knocking the game for that. It's just like a personal preference thing.
Hmm.
And the story was actually super interesting. I will give it that. The story was very cool. Um, yeah, it was a solid game. It's just probably not for me.
Fair enough. Yeah, I've always been curious about Dying Light, especially the first one. I hear is great, but most people seemed a lot softer on 2 and the Beast. So
I feel like the Beast came out and like four people on the planet heard of it. You
yeah,
know.
exactly. It definitely came and went, unfortunately. Um, let's see. So next, I played Star Fox, the original Super Nintendo game. Um,
Hmm.
I played this on Nintendo Switch Online, Super Nintendo app, obviously, and it's fun. I mean, I'm not the biggest Star Fox person in the world. I'm definitely more of a fan of Panzer Dragoon when it comes to my on-rail shooters. But you know, if you've played a Star Fox game, unfortunately, they're all kind of the same. Even the story and the characters in a lot of the maps, they like to just kind of remake the same game over and over again. But it was fun. But I've played like Star Fox 64 3D. I enjoyed that a little bit more. Obviously, it's a lot more archaic and blocky looking. And it is cool just knowing that it's a Super Nintendo game. The way that they tried to emulate 3D is neat and interesting. So, like, from a historical aspect, it's cool to check out. But I wouldn't say that the original Star Fox is really a must play. So,
I've played that game a few years ago, and it takes like no time at all.
yeah, it's
It's
very
not very
short.
memorable or anything. It's I don't know. I don't have a lot to say about it. I think Star Fox. It's funny people ask for like a new Star Fox game all the time. It's like
What do you want?
the games, the games are so different. The two GameCube games compared to the N64 and Wii U games, and then there's Command on DS, which is like a different genre. Like these games are wildly different. Like, what are you asking for when you say you want a new Star Fox? Like, there's so much going on. I think you just want the IP to exist.
That's fair. Which I don't know. I mean, nothing about Star Fox is ever to me, when I actually think of Star Fox, I think of Super Smash Bros. Melee before anything else. I think of Fox and Falco and Melee more than I think of actual Star Fox. So shout out to
I
that.
believe that. I played a mobile game. I had a trial for
Mm.
Apple Arcade that I needed to use, and I played one game with that trial. It was Katamari Damacy Rolling Live.
Tell me about it.
I think that's first of all, my review when I talked about this game was that like don't play with unless you're like I don't know in your teen years. I don't know how you can play this game with touchscreen, so please use a
Yeah,
controller.
get a backbone or something.
Yeah. Um it was fine at first, and then the levels are it's like Angry Birds style where you have like 3 stars per level, and so you have to do things as fast or as well as you can to get the 3 stars. And it's called Rolling Live because you're live streaming, similar to that other game you were talking about. And so you'll actually have like a little chat on your screen,
That's
like
funny.
people talking about you, and it's not like they're reacting to anything you're doing, but it is funny that it's there. um I didn't have a great time with it. I think at the end I was just trying to beat it to say I beat it, but like there's because of that star ranking system, they require you to go and get 3 stars on a lot of levels to unlock the later levels.
Mm.
And it's a mobile game, dude. Like I'm not sitting here trying to freaking play this game 100 times. I played so many levels, probably like two, three, 4 times, and it was just like I was tired of it. Um,
Damn.
like at the end of the day, it is Katamari, and Katamari is a lot of fun. But this, I didn't like how they executed this one.
Shame, because Katamari is great, which I will get to in detail later. I played a bunch of Katamari, so um, so I'm going to actually lump because I know I have more games than you, and I'm afraid we're gonna fall behind. I'm gonna lump the next 4 together, and then I think we'll probably be a little bit more even. So these are all shorter games I could go through quickly. Amazing Hebereke. This game is on the Super Nintendo Switch Online. Don't play it. It's basically like a 4-person
Yeah.
top-down fighting game, but there's basically absolutely no substance if you do single player. Maybe it's fun multiplayer, but single player you could literally just spam one attack with any of them and just beat an entire run through. So Not.
What would you give it like a 4? That game was like a 4.
I gave it a 2. A 2 out of 10 is what I
Oh my
gave it.
gosh.
I was like, this is the most
It's
substanceless
so
fighting
bad.
game I've ever played. So, and like I said, maybe if you played with friends, but I don't know. I doubt it. Um, then I played Gradius: The Interstellar Assault on Game Boy app. I don't know why. I just kind of was going through the Game Boy and I was like, oh, that could be fun. Like I've never played through a Gradius game before, and it's super duper difficult like Gradius games are. Awesome soundtrack though. The music was absolutely banging.
Hmm.
Great music. I had a pretty fun time with that, but overall, just kind of like, it was a kind of. It felt like a generic shmup because I think they just, it's a space shooter on a Game Boy, so there's not that much you could really do with it aesthetically or anything to make it stick out. And then this one is a little sad, but it is true. I played Barney's hide and seek game on the Sega Genesis, and the reason I played this was because I got a TikTok. I saw a TikTok when I was scrolling my For You page of a guy learning how to speedrun this game, and like on his first try, he beat it in like 5 minutes. And I was like, oh, that'd be fun. That'd be funny if I tried to speedrun it. So I played it myself, and I did like compare myself to the leaderboards, and I would have been in like I think it was like the top 50 or 60 people if I like submitted my run. So I thought that was kind of funny. So I literally just played it because I was like, oh, I could beat that game disgustingly quick. So I did that. And then the last one I'll talk about is Unfair Flips. This is another loop style game where you flip a coin, but the goal is you're supposed to get 10 heads in a row, and you only have a 20% chance to land on heads. But every time you land on heads, you get, a little bit of money to upgrade your coin to increase your odds. I actually played this game twice in a row, like a crazy person. It took me about an hour each time to be able to get heads 10 times in a row. And that is because the game has multiple endings. After you get 9 heads, the 10th heads is you're guaranteed to finish the game, but you still might not land on heads. Like your coin will either roll off the table, or it'll explode, or it'll land in someone's water cup or whatever. So it's like I was really determined to get that 10th heads. But after playing it twice, I was like, I'm not gonna keep doing this. So I accepted that I beat the game, even though I did not get heads. But, because this game is truly just about statistics and numbers and percentages, I think it would be incredible to try to speedrun this game because your chances of getting heads instantly is almost impossible 10 times in a row, but it'd be really funny if it happened. So, and the game even tells you that it's like, they're like, statistically, you might never beat this game, even if you upgrade everything, you could just be super unlucky. So, very funny, very worth like the 99 cents that it cost. But it's barely a game, but I enjoyed, clicking in the stick of my Steam Deck for 2 hours one day.
It sounds like a blast, and you guys have talked about it enough to get me interested in it.
Well, what you do is you do it while you're watching a TV show. It's perfect for that. So
yeah, talk about a bedtime game, man.
Exactly.
I think it would be great on mobile. I wonder if it's on mobile.
I don't know, but it should be. That'd be perfect. Just tap your screen.
Yeah, literally.
Hell yeah.
All right, big one here.
Big one. What we got?
Half-Life.
Let's go.
This is a game that's like obviously so important, and everybody talks about it, and it changed the game forever. October 1st, I finished streaming Half-Life, and I played it on PC as God intended, and with a controller as God did not intend. And incredible game. I mean, talk about Doom holding up. This game holds up really freaking well, and I don't know how much has changed since they've like remastered it and put it on Steam. But I'm assuming not a whole lot. I'm assuming they didn't change a lot to the gameplay, and it actually was this good, because there are still some janky flaws about this game that I assume they would have fixed if they really wanted to like change the game. But man, just like a really good story and a really good gameplay and like interesting enough story. I'm told the second game is even better, but Half-Life 1, man, it came out in 98. It 27 years later still plays like a really good first-person shooter. You can see the influence it had on like Halo, like 3 years later, and I literally had so much fun with this game, and it takes you into like crazy areas. You spend a lot of your time in one facility, and then all of a sudden you're warped out into like outer space type place, and it's like now you've got different enemy types. And as far as first person shooter campaigns go, it's like this one was challenging enough, and there's enough puzzles to keep you invested. Is like, gosh, dude, I had so much fun with Half-Life. I think everyone who wants to like study up on the history of video games, this is um a huge step for first person shooters, especially in the modern day.
Yeah, people love it. I've had it downloaded for years and I just never got around to it, so I definitely need to make it a priority. It's not super long
Yeah.
either, right?
Probably 15 hours.
Yeah, I've never heard a single bad thing about Half-Life, so I really got to check it
Yeah.
out. All right. Just to see where we're at, how many games do you have left? I'm curious. Can you count it out for me?
Yes, I
Do the
can.
old highlight on Google Sheets.
14.
14. All right, I got 20. So we're evening out there. That's good. So I will go ahead. I'll combine the next two because one of them is a very short game. But the first one, my game of the year for 2026, and that is By Sweet Carol. This is an indie game that I feel like went way too far under the radar. It is a absolutely beautiful, hand-drawn animated, um, basically point and click horror game. Think like Clock Tower, where you're only going from left to right and like that. It is made in the style of like Don Bluth or Disney films, so it has a gorgeous art style. It has a beautiful orchestral score. And I absolutely adore this game. I think it's one of the coolest, most unique experiences I've ever had playing a game. I thought the story was very sweet and very well done. And we just need more Clock Tower likes, man. Clock Tower is so good. I love Clock Tower so much. Jank and all. And this game also has, unfortunately, some jank. It had some glitches here and there. But it is an indie game, so I think that it's forgivable. But just the amount of, care, attention to detail, the quality of the way that this game looks, they put so much into it. It's incredible that this is made by an indie studio. And we're definitely getting a sequel, which they've already announced. I'm very excited about. But yeah, my only complaint, honestly, is probably, if I had to have like one true gripe with the game, is that's not scary enough. Like, it has horror elements, but it never actually gets scary. So it'd be nice if there was actual, like, if it was scarier for, it being a horror game. But I love this game. It's hard to recommend to people because you have to be into a very specific type of video game to like it. But for me, it's like, I don't know, I just love weird, interesting shit like this, and I think that they absolutely nailed the aesthetic they were going for, and kind of recreating the the gameplay style of the original Clock Tower on the Super Famicom. So it was my favorite game that I played last year, minus Oblivion, of course, but that's a remake, so kind of a different thing.
Something I mean, you talking about it got me to yeah, I'll say like I'm not the most up to date guy in the terms of like every video game coming out, but I definitely would have never heard of this if not for you.
Isn't that weird though? Because if you look it up and see it, it looks incredible, right? Even just like from the outsider's perspective, just based off of the art style alone, you'd think it would have been big based off of that. But this game really went under the radar. It didn't get nominated for anything at the Game Awards. It just blew me away. So
I mean, it's on my PlayStation wish list.
Mhm.
I want to look out for it, maybe pick it up at some point. It looks fun.
I liked it
And
a lot.
something about the art style is just like it makes you feel like it's nostalgic for you, even though you grew up in the late 90s. It's
hmm
like that Don Bluth 70s 80s look is very nice.
They absolutely nailed recreating that kind of art style. So it's so on point. It's so good. So good. And then the next one I said I'd go through real quick is Missed Messages. This is a game I believe from I don't even know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago now. But it's a short, about half an hour point and click game where you just choose different dialogues to see different outcomes. Where you're basically just checking in on your depressed roommate. So trigger warnings if things related to depression might hit too hard home for you. But I thought it was a good, sweet game worth checking out for, I think it was like, I actually had, no, this is a free game. So if you're interested, just check it out because it's free. Why not?
It's crazy. It's free. It packs up a message. It sounds like they're trying to spread some good word out there.
Exactly.
I played next Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow.
Okay.
So we were moving into October now, and we already talked about Medieval because you had also played it this year. But
yes.
One of my Halloween games this year was Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. I got this game, I think, if I remember correctly, I got it at like Retropalooza the previous year when we all went in Dallas Fort Worth. I think it doesn't matter where I got it, but I played this game. Just excellent game. I think that I've played so many now that they're all kind of meshing together in my mind, and they're all just very good Igarashi Metroidvania games. And I don't even remember like if this one had any special gimmick that set it apart from the others, but it was the first one on DS, and it was great. That's really all I can say. It is yet another Castlevania Metroidvania that I am not sick of yet. Somehow I am still enjoying all these freaking games, and thought it was great. I got nothing negative to say.
I know. I can't wait to actually get around to playing them eventually. Because the only Castlevania that I've ever actually beaten is Castlevania 1 on the NES. So I've played Symphony of the Night, never finished it, and then I haven't really touched any of the other ones. But I definitely want to get some of the Metroidvania Castlevanias under my belt before Belmont's Curse, I believe it's called, comes out later this year. So that'll be good. I'm looking forward to that. It's cool that Castlevania is coming back.
It's cool that these games have held up so well, and it's cool that they're so accessible. You get all three of them on the Dominus collection now for like $20, $25.
All the advanced Castlevania advanced games are on there, are available too. So it's strange. Symphony of the Night still locked to Xbox and PlayStation, though. They haven't released that on Switch at all, which is interesting. So maybe eventually.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Weird that that's not on there, but oh well. Next up, I played Mafia: The Old Country. So this is a I don't know, it's hard to describe, kind of like a lower end AAA game. Think of like, your God of Wars, your Uncharted's, your kind of like typical action AAA schmuck schlop that people love. I don't play a lot of games like this. A lot of people said that it was mid for the kind of game that it is, but you're kind of just playing for the next cutscene or whatever. But I kind of enjoyed that, and I think it's because I don't play a lot of normal AAA games like that. So for me, it was something different, something interesting. It was fun, cool that it took place in like late 1800s or early 1900s Sicily, kind of a different environment for a game to have a story told in, which is cool. I grew up with a lot of Italian and American, kind of stuff culture in my youth because of my mom's side of the family. So, and shout out to my mom who got me this game for my birthday specifically because she knew that it was about Italians. I thought that was very funny of her. So, but yeah, Mafia: The Old Country. I enjoyed it. It was a good, probably 10-hour romp of just like okay gameplay over a pretty good and interesting and compelling story, where everybody had an accurate Italian accent. So I enjoyed it.
Is it linear?
Yes, very. There's like parts where you could drive around, not even like an open world, where it's like there's kind of just like an open environment where you could, like, when you're going from point A to point B, that you could stop at like certain houses and stuff, but it's not really an open world game. It's much more contained than that. Like each chapter is kind of like a specific environment. So,
gosh, it sounds like my kind of game.
I think you would enjoy it, honestly. I think in terms of like more the AAA space, I think this would be down your alley. And I think this game already goes on sale for super cheap. And even when it came out, it was only $50. It was more of a budget release, so I would recommend it.
Yeah, it was $16 the other day. I might have to go see if it's still $16.
Yeah, I think you would enjoy this one quite a lot, actually. And since I think I'd be one ahead of you, I'll do the next one, which is Sonic R. This is a game that I have a big soft spot for. I grew up with the PC version of Sonic R. I recently found a recompiled version for PC that runs on modern PCs, so I downloaded that and played it, and I had a great time. It's a lot of fun. It has the really goofy vocal music that everybody knows, the everybody supersonic racing, the can you feel the sunshine and all that stuff. So it's a great time. There's only like 5 courses and like 5 characters. It's like super limited, but it's another fun, afternoon evening killer that you can finish in about an hour. So if you can find a way to play this game easily, I do recommend it. Console wise, it only ever came out on the Sega Saturn, and then on PC it's definitely, like, I think technically considered abandonware now, so I wouldn't feel bad. Run into Internet Archive if you're curious about checking it out.
Heck yeah. I've never had a desire to experience Sonic R. I'll get that off my chest right now.
You're missing out.
Speaking of things you're not missing out on, Baby Felix Halloween.
Oh yeah.
This is about the cutest cover art you've ever seen on a video game, and it's a European exclusive Game Boy Color game. When you look at like the developer's facts about it, it's like Spanish developer, like UK release, American property, and then there's like something Japanese about it too. It's like the weirdest scenario for a game to exist. And that's about as interesting as this game gets. It's just like the most generic 2D platformer. It's called Baby Felix Halloween because you are going to a Halloween party or something with your friends, and you play as Felix, and it's like 5 levels. The whole game will take you about 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'm gonna say 5 out of 10, but in like a good way. Like it's just a solid.
Game Boy
It
platformer.
does what it set out to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that it does. It's a platformer. It does everything, and it's fine.
Cool.
Nothing else to say.
Trash. Don't play it. Next up, I played 2 Katamari games in a row. In a row. So I played Katamari Damacy Reroll and We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie. So these are the remasters of the first 2 games on the PS2 for modern consoles, PS4 and PS5 respectively. Katamari is so fucking fun. I love these games. They're an amazing time. I've always had an interest in them because I just always thought that they seemed funny and weird and wacky and all these other things, and I never had the chance to, or not that I didn't have the chance, just never really took the time to check them out. And I knew that they weren't super long, and they were on, the second game was on PlayStation Plus Extra, and I owned the first game because I got it for sale at some point on PS4, so I threw that in my console, and I beat it in like 2 days. I had a fantastic time with it. I thought it was super fun. If you don't know Katamari, basically you have a small ball and you're a small little alien prince man, and you're making stars and planets and different things for your Cosmo-sized father. So you have your little ball and you're just rolling up things around the house, and as the game goes on, you basically just make the ball bigger and bigger and bigger in different stages, and it's like you'll go from being like the size of an ant and rolling up New York City, and it's just a fantastic time. It's super fun. And really, the second game is more the same. The second game has more gimmicky levels where it's like you can only roll up like, fireflies, or you might be rolling up like your ball might be on fire and you're trying to like start a campfire, or you're trying to roll up just the biggest cow or something like that. So the second game has a bit more in terms of like goal variety, but really it's just about making small ball big. And every Katamari game's kind of the same, but they're all a lot of fun. So I would highly recommend these games to everybody. There's a lot of them now. A new one just came out last year. But there's not much more to say than it's like either you'll love it or you won't get it. But I think for the most part, if you just enjoy fun video games and fun feeling mechanics in video games, you will enjoy it. I would like to give a shout out to my best friend Emily, where one time we were talking about the first games that we ever played, and she told me the first video game she ever played was Katamari, and I was like, man, what a high bar to set for enjoying video games.
It is so good, and I'm pretty new to the series myself. I've probably played 3 or 4 of them, and I just love every time I play one. It's just a weird experience, and it's so fun.
Yeah, they're very funny games too. Talking about games that are hilarious. I just like some of the models, and it's like even in the new games, they kept some of like the goofy ass cat models and like some of these really weird looking designs they did for the animals. They've just kept the same over the years, so they're a hoot, to put it lightly.
I love them. The House of the Dead remake. I did a podcast on this for the month of October.
Yeah.
This game takes you about 45 minutes.
Very
I
short.
played it cooperatively with the roommate, and I played it probably the best possible way on Switch,
Mhm.
Switch 2, I guess, with pointer controls, right? So I actually felt like I was holding a gun. Found out that you can play this game on the touch screen if you are a weirdo, and you can touch and kill the zombies on the Switch
It's
touchscreen.
crazy.
There is just plain joystick controls. And if you're playing with like a pro controller, that sounds really lame. But yeah, like there's really nothing to say other than it is a arcade on rail shooter, and after 45 minutes, you're like, yeah, I don't need to play this ever again, or that was plenty of time. Like you're not like, oh wow, I could have used 5 more hours of that. It's like, all right, I'm done mashing the R button and reloading. Like I'm good. I got my fix.
I liked it a lot.
Oh, you played it?
I played it twice in a row. Me and my wife played it, and we're like, let's do it again. Had a blast.
I think it was great. I think it was a very good remake.
Yeah, it's a shame that the only console home port we ever got was Sega Saturn, and it's so expensive. It'd be cool to have an original version of that.
Absolutely.
Next for me, I played through Dispatch. Are you familiar with this game?
Yeah.
So Dispatch is made by ex-Telltale devs. If you ever play a Telltale game, they're also borderline visual novels, but they usually have moments where you could walk around, do this, that, the other. They have branching paths in terms of like, the main story stays the same, but everything has different outcomes depending on the choices you make, the things you say to different people, this, that, the other. And they kind of describe this game as like a superhero workplace comedy, and that's exactly what it is. You are a superhero out of commission, and you work at basically like a police dispatch, but for superheroes. So you're working on, you tell the gameplay part of the game is, you have your set of heroes, and you kind of choose where they go. Like you get the calls for whatever the problem is, and you try to send the superhero that you think would be best suited to take care of that issue, whether it be like a bank robbery, a public speech, bodyguard, just like all these different random things. And it's just fantastic. The humor in it lands super well. It's very vulgar, so don't play it around your children. It's very funny. They released, I believe it was 2 episodes a week for 4 weeks, so they did it episodically, like Telltale used to do. But I think that 2 episodes a week was much better, and since they were so close together, it was fun to like have something to look forward to every Wednesday or Thursday or whatever it was. I would highly recommend this game. It's a lot of fun. I thought that the story was great. I thought all the voice acting was fantastic. It had a stellar cast of voice actors. It was interesting to see. I love, when these kind of games that, they always put like what percentage of players chose this or this. I love seeing that and seeing like if I chose the popular or the unpopular. Like some of them I was like, holy cow, like I'm like one of the 20% of people that chose that. I'm like, that was the obvious choice, like that kind of thing. So I love playing these kinds of games. Life is Strange does that. A lot of the old Telltale games do that. So I like being able to see the stats. I always think that's a really good time. And in terms of like, if you were to pretend that Telltale games still existed and this game was made by them, it's definitely the best game that they've made that I've played. So highly recommend it. It's a fantastic time.
I think that like I think this would make for a fun group setting thing. Like instead of watching TV, it was like starting a series. Maybe I convinced my roommates that we need to check this out one night.
Yeah, and then everyone will be screaming at what choice to pick. So
yeah,
that'd be fun.
I think that sounds like a lot of fun.
That's a good idea. You should do that. That'd be fun.
I've never played a game like in that genre, honestly.
You should. It's a good time. It's definitely like borderline more TV show than game, but it's still a good time. So it's worth it.
I beat Castlevania on N64 this year. Last year. Man, talk about a game that gets overhated online, dude. This game it makes things like this make you wonder, is Superman 64 really as bad as they say? Because people just roast Castlevania 1999, man. This game, it was actually, it had one level that really made you feel like, what the heck is going on? Why is this level 3 times longer than all the other levels? But even then, like, once you finally figured out the puzzle and the weird stuff going on in that level, it was like the rest of the game was really freaking good. Um, I think I went in with such low expectations that I had such a great experience after that. Like, it was, you expect trash and it turns out to be a decent game. Like, it was a really good experience. You get to choose one of two characters, and I think I chose the one that makes the game more fun. Apparently, I'm not gonna say it makes the game easier, but I think it makes you not have like restrictions on yourself that
Mm,
the other character might have placed on you. The game's not perfect by any means. Like, the 3D roaming around and trying to aim your weapon can be a nuisance for sure. My character had a lock-on weapon, so you shoot and charge it up, and you aim, and you don't have to be aiming directly at your enemy. So that was a big help for sure.
nice.
Uh, but man, I think that don't this is a case right here where you should not listen to what the internet says about it and experience it for yourself. Play a couple levels and see if it's something you can get into. Um, in the past, I had played the first level of this game, and I got a real sour taste in my mouth because it was like there was no audio.
Hmm.
First of all, in this game, it was like, what the heck is going on? I mean, like, I don't know if it was trying to create like a scary environment or something, but like, it was the first level kind of sucks, but the game picks up after that, and it's voice acted on the N64. It's
Crazy.
like, it's pretty good. I'll say that.
Bonkers. Yeah, I want to check it out. I remember I didn't catch your whole stream for it, but I caught a little bit, and I remember aesthetically some of the stages just looking super cool too. So I need to check that
Yeah.
out. I think, yeah, that was one that a lot of like a lot of YouTubers have tried to dunk on over the years, and I always didn't. I always thought it didn't look that bad. Like, I feel like Superman 64, sure, I could believe, but like when I see stuff like that, or
Yeah.
even Quest 64, I'm like, Quest 64 doesn't actually look that bad. So I think sometimes, whoever says it first and loudest kind of sets the precedent for some of these old games because most people are never gonna actually go back and play them. Uh, so
Yeah.
it's good to play things yourself and form your own opinion instead of whatever Game Grump or whoever else says it's bad, right?
That being said, I'm sure Superman is just awful.
Yeah, that does, you could smell how bad it is through gameplay footage. Next for me, the big game for most people last year, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I finished that on November 15th. Um it's a very, very, very well made and very good video game. Um, I like to write little, or I've started to try to write like little reviews on every game that I beat just to like jog my memory when I look back why I gave the score sometimes. And for Clair Obscur, I believe what I wrote was a very excellent video game. Or I was like, this game is as excellent as everyone says, probably. Is it a little overrated? Also, probably, but still great. Because it's not the best game of its kind, but all the elements that it takes from other games and combines into its own, it does do a great job. And the story is fantastic, the music is absolutely phenomenal, the characters are very likable and well written. A lot of the monster designs are grotesque and creepy and cool. The world is just beautiful. I think that is extremely well done. Um, that being said, it also probably wouldn't even be in like my like top 10 or 15 role playing games I've ever played. So I do think that is very good. I'm glad that a smaller studio really like put themselves on the map with this one. The story behind the game and how it was made and everything else is really cool. And I hope that it starts convincing some people like Square Enix that turn based is okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, but I liked it
Yeah.
a
I
lot.
mean, I'm having a great time with it. It's got that Mario and Luigi action of
Yeah.
of the turn based and having something to do during the turn based, which keeps it interesting. the combat just feels incredible, man. I
Hmm.
I feel so good when I parry somebody in that game, and I'm not gonna lie, my Xbox controller has never vibrated harder than when I'm playing this game. I don't know if that's just I don't know what's going on, but
That's
it
funny.
vibrates hard. No, the story has me like hooked, and I'm excited to see where they go with the story and just the way they convey the story. Like I started out not knowing what the heck was going on, and
Hmm.
I'm not even sure. I'm 25 hours in. I don't know if I fully understand what's going on yet,
It
but
takes a little
the
while,
way they're
so
the way they're explaining it is keeping me invested. It's very good.
yes, it's definitely worth playing if you're a fan of the turn-based genre, 100%. Um, yeah, I mean I don't know if it deserved everything it won at the Game Awards, and all the accolades, but I do think that it is a very excellent and well crafted game. So
Heck yeah,
mhm.
I will not be 100%ing it. The
No,
mimes are kind of a nuisance.
no, you know what I did is I beat the game and I went back and I was like, maybe I'll do some side stuff. I got my fucking shit rocked because I couldn't figure out a parry pattern, and I was like, you know what, I'm done. Actually, there's definitely some skill checks to this game.
Next up is Croc. The
Yeah,
second time we're
yeah,
talking about Croc on this episode.
beautiful.
I played Croc 2000 though, the Game Boy Color game.
Mm.
Um, this for whatever stupid reason, this is my first game I played on my Analog Pocket. I just popped the cartridge in, and it's so colorful and bright and makes you feel warm and fuzzy playing this game.
Hmm.
And for whatever reason, I was playing this on Halloween. Apparently, beat this game on Halloween,
Hell yeah.
and it was a I'm gonna say it was a pretty good 2D platformer. Like Croc 2 on GBC, totally different game. Obviously the console version is a completely different game. This is like its own little spin-off Croc, and it's got you can tell it's the music from the console version, just in 8-bit
Hell yeah.
style,
That's
which is
awesome.
kind of cool. But yeah, it feels good. You know, you've got a nice little spin attack, just like on the console. It's better than what is that game? Looking for it. The freaking Baby Felix Halloween. It is better than that game. Um, but probably not as good as Rayman on Game Boy Color.
Mhm.
Probably between those two.
Yeah, I want to check that one out eventually. I'm enjoying my time with Rayman Game Boy Color right now, and I'm like, it makes me want to check out all the other weird games that they like made Game Boy Color versions of from this era,
Yeah.
because there's a decent amount of them. Um, Next up, won't go super in depth because it was another Katamari game, but Touch My Katamari on the PlayStation Vita. A lot of people say that this is the worst Katamari game. Of the ones that I've beaten, it's definitely on the bottom of the list. I've only beaten 4 Katamari games. You won't hear about one of them until next year. But I played Touch My Katamari is definitely the shortest, definitely the weakest, but it's still fun because it's Katamari. So that's pretty much all it comes down to. Is even a bad car, the worst Katamari game in my opinion is still a 7 out of 10. So
What does it utilize from the Vita?
you can use the touchpad to like I think you could do it to roll, but you also could like use it to like squish your ball down to make it thin,
Oh.
or vertically to like make it like thin either horizontally or vertically. But I found myself doing that like maybe 2 or 3 times total the entire time that I played it, so it's like not really a utilized mechanic. It's just kind of a thing that you have the option to do if you want, but it doesn't really change the gameplay too much.
I will quickly mention Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I don't usually play campaigns for Call of Duty,
Hmm.
but I was feeling a first person shooter campaign in November, and it's pretty short, maybe 5 hours or less even. It was good. I would say it was a very solid first person shooter. Like it's a military shooter. I was in the mood for a military shooter, and it delivered.
Nice.
I don't really have a whole lot of negatives to say. It looks great, and the story was interesting. It was a good military shooter.
Neat. Shout out to Call of Duty, the underdog of the video game industry. Next for me, I did the story mode in Gigabash. Have you ever heard of Gigabash?
No.
So Giga Bash is you have heard of Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee on the Nintendo GameCube. I know that because you owned
Yes.
it. I don't think you've probably played it though. So these games by Pipeworks, Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, and Unleashed and Save the Earth are all very beloved games from Kaiju Media fans. These games are very fun. They're basically all just like arena Godzilla fighting games where it's like you pick your monster, you fight in a big city, and it's kind of like a party fighter. They're a lot of fun. And Giga Bash is basically trying to encapsulate that vibe for a modern day game. They came up with all like their own kaiju, their own cities. They made a story mode for that to give all these characters backgrounds, and they pretty much play the exact same as these old Godzilla games do. So if you like them, you're gonna love this game. And unrelated to beating the game single player mode, they have done DLCs since launch, collaborating with Godzilla, Ultraman, Gamera. So it's like now these games pretty much are those games brought into the current year, which are awesome. And it's cool because it's like to be to nerd out for a bit, we haven't gotten like a lot of crossover media, if any at all, between like Ultraman, Godzilla, Gamera. Like famously, Godzilla and Gamera never had a movie together, even though that's something that just makes total sense. So being able to like kind of have all these characters in one game to fight, like a Smash Bros for Kaiju, is just really cool. So big fan of Giga Bash. It's a lot of fun. The only complaint and the reason I didn't give it a higher score is because the AI in the game is so brutally difficult that like unless you play this game on like the baby ass baby mode, it is insanely hard to beat even like the first stage of any of the story modes. Is super duper hard. But just like as a game, playing random online matches or playing with like I'll go over and play with my dad and my niece a lot, and we always have a good time with it. So
What mode did you beat it on?
the story mode, I did it on the baby ass baby mode. It was like
Okay.
I think there was 5 difficulty levels, and I had to do the lowest one because even on just like
Yeah.
like I did it on very easy because even on easy I was getting my ass whooped. And I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me, but it's like if you look online, it's like no, this is just an insanely difficult game. Like the AI just knows what you're doing 3 steps ahead. It's so tough.
I couldn't beat Marvel vs. Capcom 2 like 8 years ago, 10 years ago. That game was kicking my butt even on easy mode.
It's tough.
Yeah, Gigabash is like the perfect name. That sounds exactly like what that describes
Mhm.
it
And it's
perfectly.
it's a great time. It's a lot of fun. I think the DLC is a little pricey, but I also understand they're paying for the licenses for all these characters, so it makes sense that it's more expensive.
Have we talked about Ball X Pit?
We haven't.
Did you beat Ball X Pit this year?
I did not play it. I've never played it.
I love this game so much. It was like perfect. From a lot of standpoints, it was essentially for the people, the audience. The game is, you know, we talked about Pocket Game Rocky earlier. It's like a vertical. It's a vertical level. You're confined between like some parallel walls, and you're auto moving up, and all you really there's no buttons. All you do is auto shoot in this game, and it's is incredibly fun. You aim those. You use the 2 sticks to play this game. You move your body and you aim your weapons. And it's called Ball Pit because you are shooting balls, and it's basically like Vampire Survivors. You are constantly upgrading, and you are getting um, more weapons, and it's I guess that's called a roguelite. Basically, you work through levels just like Vampire Survivors. You are going through each level trying to beat um, whatever enemies are on your screen. You get like 3 bosses per stage. And in between, the weird thing they did with this game is like they gave you like a home base to build up, like almost like a management sim, but like low stakes or no stakes at all. Like you can't like kill people or like lose currency or anything. It's just like every time you beat a level, you go back to visit your town and you go collect your currency, almost like friggin' Farmville or something. And it's very satisfying. um Lots of upgrades for this game, and it's just a freaking blast. I feel like it really scratches a certain itch for me. I've heard people try to complain about like Vampire Survivors being just like the most uh I don't know, just like hand fed gameplay, and it's like it does everything for you. Like it's reverse bullet hell. How is that fun? I don't get it, man. I think it's super fun.
Yeah,
This gameplay style.
how fun. I need to check out Ball Pit. I know they're releasing a physical now, so I think I'm probably just gonna wait for that.
There's like a bunch of DLC just dropped for it,
Mm.
and I none of it was a new level. I was like, I'm not gonna go play this game again. Give me more, give me a new game, or give me new levels or something.
That's fair. That's fair. Some people really got into the town building aspect of it though, so sure it's enough for some.
Yeah.
Next for me, one of the only games I've ever rated a 1 out of 10, Mortal Kombat 4 on the Game Boy Color. When I tell you that to beat this game, I literally did not move and I just punched for however long it took me to beat this game without moving, and I beat it. That is
That's insane.
that is how nothing happens in this fucking game. It's crazy. But yeah, literally I didn't do anything. I hit one button the entire time and I beat the game, and I'm just like, this does this qualify as a game? I'm not quite sure. So I gave it a 1 out of 10. I thought it was funny that I found out there's a Mortal Kombat 4 port on Game Boy Color, because I was just like, oh, how well can this be? And I was like, oh, it can't be good at all. So
It's somehow the same buttons as unfair flips.
somehow, and yeah, Unfair Flips is way more compelling and way more fun. So
Yeah, I was at a game convention today and I saw a Mortal Kombat that I'd never heard of, and I thought of you.
which one was it?
I don't know. I'm sure it's like a common game. I just don't know a lot of Mortal Kombat.
Fair. I think at this point I've played every mainline Mortal Kombat like through, so big fan.
What do we have here? The Flintstones, The Rescue of Dino and Hoppy. You played this? I feel like you played this.
I've played it, but I never beat it. That's the first NES one, right? Mhm.
Yeah. It's a platformer. It's developed by Taito. It's tough, and it's not unbeatable. It's not like it's not tough like Mega Man or something. It is a very beatable game. It's level based, like the type of level based like that you have an overworld, which I don't know. That's like perfect for me. I love going, and not that I love an overworld, but I love that there's just like something about entering a level, and that level is confined there, and then you move on and you can just save the game and come back later. I don't Something about that really works well with me.
Mhm.
As opposed to like Ninja Gaiden or something where it's just like one long game. um I don't know, it's not that different, but
Yeah.
this game was fine. It's nothing to write home about. I would say it's like a 6 out of 10 platformer, and it's it's not very memorable because I just played it 3 months ago and I don't remember a whole lot about it.
You just love your Hanna-Barbera.
I do, and I don't know. I'm not gonna recommend it, but if you somehow love the Flintstones like I do, it's a decent game.
It's unfortunate there's no John Goodman in that game, though. Next for me, Mortal Kombat 9. So this was like the revival Mortal Kombat after it had some time off. They released it on PS3, 360, and eventually the PlayStation Vita, and that's how I played it. So I played through the story mode on there. Obviously, visuals are a little compromised, but in terms of gameplay, everything's still there, and it controls, plays, feels amazing. This actually might be the best Mortal Kombat in terms of like the newer ones. It's just so much fun. It's a great time. It has an excellent cast of characters. The story mode is fairly long, honestly. It's about 5 hours long, which is pretty long for a story mode for a 2D fighting game. But lots of cinematic, the cutscenes and everything. It's like watching a B movie if you've ever seen like any of the old Mortal Kombat movies. It's cheesy and fun like that, but it was a great time. I had a lot of fun with it. I think, like I said, of the modern Mortal Kombat, they really nailed it early on. I actually think that it might be the best one from the release of this game up until now with Mortal Kombat 1 and 11. Mortal Kombat 9 might be the best one. So
Yeah. Yep. I literally can't talk to you about Mortal Kombat. I barely know the character names.
it's a shame I have 4 more Mortal Kombat games to talk about later because of the Legacy Collection that released. But we'll get there when we get there.
Very impressive.
I'll skim through those. It's okay.
No, you're fine. I had to look up my notes for this one. The Ninja Warriors. I'm just gonna read what I wrote on Discord. I think this
Hmm.
sums it up pretty good. Freaking awesome beat 'em up, developed by Natsume. It's up there with Streets of Rage 2, maybe even above it. That says a
Wow.
lot.
Okay.
The difficulty was perfect, different characters with vastly different combat styles and combos, gorgeous graphics. Only complaint is lack of multiplayer. Otherwise, a great game.
Nice.
I said it's usually hard for me to recommend beat 'em ups because a lot of them are either way too unfair or way too easy, and this one was perfect.
Wow. Good stuff. What did you play it on?
This was I emulated it. It's a Super Nintendo game.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's one of Super Nintendo. You play Super Nintendo because you love those giant sprites that just take up so much of the screen, man. They
Hmm.
look so good. This is no exception.
Hell yeah. I should check that out. I never even heard of that one. I remember when you wrote about it, so
I don't know what made me play this, but it was very good.
nice. Next up, last indie I played of the year, The Dark Queen of Mortholm. So this is another shorter game, but it's a cool idea. So basically, you're the final boss in this game of a
Oh,
roguelike. So essentially, the hero keeps coming to you, being stronger every time, and you're the final boss that keeps wiping them out. There's a bit more depth to it than that. It didn't go as far as I wanted it to in terms of like, having kind of any deep commentary, because I feel like you could have done a bit more interesting stuff with it. But just with it being the concept for a game and another fun evening killer, I'd recommend it. It was a fun time. A cool idea, but I definitely think that the idea could be expanded upon. So,
yeah, that's a neat idea for sure.
mm-hmm.
Marvel Cosmic Invasion, another 2025 game.
All right.
This, I'm gonna be real. I wasn't excited about this game when it came out because I played TMNT, which is this Dot Emu, the same people that made this game.
Mm-hmm.
TMNT, dirt easy. It's like if you wanted to, you could probably just move and mash the button, and that's I don't know how many times I got to complain about beat 'em ups, so that's an issue that is still prevalent.
Mm-hmm.
This game is this game was cool because of how many different characters there were. And I know there were different characters in TMNT besides the Ninja Turtles, but like this one was like giving you incentives to play as different characters. They all had very different powers, as you should in a Marvel video game. And still very easy. And it was just a good time. I played it with two friends, local co-op. On the Xbox, and like we all sat there, played as different characters, tried to get some like side quests, I guess you could call them. Like there's goals, play as this character and do this thing in each level or in this level, and it forces you to want to play as different characters.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'd say it is a step above what is that team? It's Shredder's Revenge. It's a
Mm-hmm.
step above that.
Yeah,
It's
which I've heard is very good as well.
It is. It's too easy for me, but this game was better than that.
Cool. Yeah, I want to check it out. I remember when they first announced this, I thought it looked really cool. The artwork and the character selection. So it just seems. I feel bad, but I feel like for me at least, the price is steep for how much enjoyment I know I'll get out of it. So
How much is it?
I think it's like $30.
Oh, I mean, we beat it in like 2 hours, so
Yeah. So
yeah.
okay. So I'm gonna lump four games together real quick because I know you're not gonna have anything to say about Mortal Kombat. But the Mortal Kombat, Legacy Collection, Classic Collection, whatever it's called, was released for newer consoles. I am a slut for Mortal Kombat, so I played through a good amount of arcade modes. First one being Mortal Kombat 1, then I played through Mortal Kombat 4, then Trilogy, and then Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. I think that all these games are a lot of fun. Mortal Kombat 1 definitely has an insanely unfair difficulty spike at the end. It takes a lot of endurance to get through Goro and Shang Tsung. They're just disgustingly hard. Even when Unlimited continues, it's like almost up to luck that the AI is just feeling generous that round that you'll even have a chance to beat them. But it was an arcade game meant to eat quarters, so whatever. Mortal Kombat 4. I always want to love Mortal Kombat 4, but I don't because Mortal Kombat Gold is just a better version of the game on Dreamcast with more characters. So whenever I play 4, it feels stripped down to me and it feels incomplete because I grew up with the better version of the game, essentially. But I would like to say shout out to Polar Ice, where I had many ice rink birthday parties as a child, and they had a Mortal Kombat 4 machine. So that's how I played Mortal Kombat 4 as a kid, which is fun. And then Trilogy is basically just like every character of Mortal Kombat up between 1 and 3, including some different variations, which is cool. There's multiple versions of Mortal Kombat Trilogy as well that have kind of minute differences. It has the PS1 version on here, which, you know, it's hard to pick a best version of the Trilogy. PS1 is probably the best way to go. And then Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, that is definitely probably my most played Mortal Kombat is either the regular version of Mortal Kombat 3 and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. Probably my favorite of all the classics ones. I've played it dozens and dozens of times. It's like to this day I still memorize like almost every character's move and every character's fatality just because I played these games endlessly as a child. I would just do arcade run after arcade run after arcade run. I loved them. Shout out to the Robot Sector and Cyrax. They were always my favorites. And yeah, I love Mortal Kombat, so I could go on and on and on forever. But I also got a text message that dinner is going to be ready in 15 minutes, so
I meant to ask if the GBC Mortal Kombat 4 had fatalities.
It does, and it's like literally just like it shows like a pixel art screen of like a brutal death, and then it flashes away. It's great. Also not included on the collection, so not really surprising, I guess. But they also have the terrible Game Boy Advance games on there too, so they didn't really have a lot of shame. They could have included it.
You didn't get that physical?
No, I downloaded it because I had like I don't know how or why, but I had like some money loaded up on my Switch account, so I just got it digitally. I think eventually I'll get it physically for PS5. Usually if I double dip whatever console I got it digitally for, I'll do the opposite for physical. Like if I have it digitally on PS5, then I'll go get the physical for Switch eventually. So I got it digitally on Switch too, gonna get it physically for PS5 because, you know, inevitably this is gonna be like a $15-$20 game like the Cowabunga collection became. So figure I might as well just wait for it to get super cheap.
It's not limited run? I thought it was limited run.
They have a version, but you could just get a retail version. So
oh, okay. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
All right, let's hear it.
Man, it's just a solid 7 out of 10 game. It was just, I've talked about it with people. It's like this game was supposed to be incredible. It, you know, the hype around it, there was no getting around it. All right, you were waiting for so long for a sequel to Prime 3, and the development changed, and it was like 8 years or 10 years or whatever, and like we finally get this game, and it's like not Metroid at all. It's a really good first-person shooter if you want a linear experience, but you don't because you're buying a game with Metroid in the title.
Exactly. So. I feel like if it was and named something else, it would have went over better. But because it was Metroid, there's expectations. So.
And that's all I really have to say. You know, solid music, of course. It's a Nintendo game. You know, solid. It looks gorgeous. It performed great on my Switch 2, 120 frames a second actually, and it's a freaking good looking game. It's just, it really falls short on the first word in the title there. Metroid is not its strong suit, and maybe not worth $70 question mark. So it's like 12 hours to beat that game, and the overworld was so boring and lame, and gosh darn it, I wanted better.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. Is it, you know, everyone pretty much had the same thing to say that I've heard. Well, that it's a great first-person shooter. It's not a great Metroid game. So
yeah,
I played maybe the first hour, and it's not that I didn't enjoy it. I just haven't gone back to it yet. When I played it, I was hopping between a million different games. It's on the back burner for now because, you know, most people were kind of lukewarm on it. So it's more of like I'll get to it when I get to it, opposed to it's a priority now. But I am looking forward to playing it. It is cool having a first-party Nintendo game that looks that gorgeous, though, I will say.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see that coming from Nintendo, right? Even though it's retro, but whatever.
Yeah.
Um. All right. So last big one, I guess I would say that's super notable. I played last year. That's kind of a big deal. Is Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes on the GameCube. I had a great time with this. I played it on an actual GameCube. Yeah, I know. I emulate a lot, but I booted this bad boy up and played it on a console like a real man this time, and I had a great time with it. The original Metal Gear Solid, is awesome. Obviously, this is a remake of the PS1 game, so it's not really the original, but, same story, same voice actors, all that kind of stuff. There's a couple of gameplay tweaks, but for the most part, it's the same game, but, a fresh coat of paint, so to say. And these games are just absolutely insane. It has some crazy, insane, memorable villains. The voice acting is super good. The story is out of this world. Can't recommend it enough. For the podcast, I played the GameCube version. Tyler played the PS1 version, and Zach watched a long play of the PS1 version. Tyler also really loved the PS1 version, so I'd say that you're probably safe either way. I think I'm gonna go back eventually and play the PS1 version just because the way that it looks is just a totally different vibe. But this made me a Metal Gear fan. I have Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 loaded up on my Vita because they made an HD collection for Vita, so that's why I plan on playing those two. And come later this year, we're gonna have Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid 4 on a new collection as well. So it'd be nice to be able to play Metal Gear Solid 4 and not have it locked on the PS3, as that thing sounds like it's gonna fly into the sun. So I'm looking forward to it. I definitely want to see the series through now that I've played the first entry in the series and really enjoyed it.
I need to go back and play the first one as well. Mm-hmm. I had started it and my disc was scratched, and then bought a new disc and then never went back to playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Gears of War Reloaded, another 2025 release technically. Mm-hmm. This is Gears of War 1. It is brought to the Series X and PS5. I played it because a friend of mine wanted to play it for the first time for him. This was my second time technically playing Gears 1, and it honestly, it's a good time. I hesitate to call it a gorgeous game because the entire game is like one shade of beige. Yeah. It's like not a good environment, but the graphics are certainly improved. If we didn't need, there was a remaster on Xbox One. We didn't need another remaster, but it's fine. It's the game played great, and it's a very fun third person shooter. One of like the best co-op experiences that's out there in terms of I don't know, co-op not co-op again, military shooters, I suppose.
Yeah, I played some of the original Gears of War on 360 back in the day, but I barely remember it, so I think eventually it'd be fun to play. Kind of want to get it on PS5 just because of the novelty of it. But definitely not a priority. I know it's a short game too, so it'd be probably a good like weekend game when I've just like want something new that I could finish in a couple of days. So
for sure.
Next up for me, on December 21st, I played Metal Slug 3 on the Vita. It got a Vita version, which is weird, so that's kind of fun. But I played through that. It's a good time. It's the first Metal Slug that I've actually beaten from beginning to end, so I would like to go back and play some of the other ones. Most people seem to think Metal Slug 3 is the best, so I guess I chose a pretty good first entry. Metal Slug's a lot of fun. It has incredible sprite work, incredible animations, as many people know, Neo Geo game. My only issue is that the last level is way, 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 way too long. So this game is probably an hour long, right? Probably about an hour 20 max. And probably 60% of it is the final level, which is insane. It's like they should have at least split it up so that way it didn't feel like it dragged on forever, because it was literally like you played the entire game and then once you get to the final level, that's the last like 50 to 60% of the game that you're playing. It's disgustingly long, but it was a great time. I had a lot of fun with it. And I feel like Metal Slug, kind of just like run and gun shooters, pretty much top of its class from what I can tell. So definitely would recommend Metal Slug to anybody. I believe you could play all of them on newer consoles now, like through like Arcade Archives. I think 1, 2, and 3 have all been released on everything. So
the only problem I have is the same thing I have with beat 'em ups on. It's just like they're quarter suckers, and
Yeah,
so you just hit continue.
that's
It's
true.
so lame. There's no, yeah.
That's fair.
I got one more. You?
Yep, one more after you, so we evened it out perfectly.
I have Blender Brothers. This was the final day of the year.
Oh,
You
okay.
heard of Blender Bros?
Yeah, that's that
Yeah,
weird GBA game, right?
yeah. It
Mm-hmm.
is weird. It is like a solid like run of so it has interesting mechanics, but overall, I'm not even going to spend that much time talking about it. This game came out in 2002. It's it's lame. It's kind of lame. I wanted it to be a very good 2D platformer. It has its own little gimmick, but it didn't do anything to make it anything more than like a 5 or 6 out of 10 tops.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of basic. And that was my 49th game. I wanted to play one more, but I didn't make it.
Damn. I know. I was actually happy I ended up on 75 because it was on accident. But the last game I beat, December 29th, was Pokemon Legends ZA. So this is a game I wasn't even planning on playing. Um, because I just didn't think that seemed like it was worth $70 to be honest. And then the old pal Mr. Zachary gifted it me for Christmas. So thank you, Zach, Mr. Daily Beating. And I had a great time with it. I know that they won't, but I hope that Pokemon sticks with this combat system. It's kind of MMO-y, kind of Xenoblade-y, where it's like you move around freely and you could use your attacks so they go on like a cooldown. I think that is more fun. I enjoyed it a lot. The main issue is the game is that obviously you're in the city and that's the only environment. So aesthetically and it feels like it really runs its course after a while because you're playing the game and you never really see any different scenery or any different environments. So it gets kind of old. But the gameplay was fun. And it had some fun newer characters. I think the selection of Pokemon was good since it obviously doesn't have the whole Pokedex. But I had a good time with it. Pokemon's pretty much always fun, even when it's bad. It's still pretty good because the Pokemon formula is just fun of catching and training and everything else. So I still don't think that's worth $70, but I think that it is a fun game if you could catch it on a sale somehow for it being a Pokemon game.
I am very excited to play it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping to get it for my birthday in a couple weeks because I really don't want to buy it myself, but it does look like a good time.
Yeah, I originally I didn't finish it yet, but I started playing Digimon Story Time Stranger before
Oh
that.
yeah.
And just the quality between Digimon and Pokemon is so vast. I'm like, man, this is what Pokemon should be for how successful and how much money it makes. It should look like this. It should present like this. It should sound like this, and it just doesn't. Because as much as I love Digimon, a lot of Digimon designs are lackluster compared to Pokemon designs. It's like Pokemon got the quality, or Digimon has like the quality, the fidelity, the gameplay, the environments, everything down way more packed, and then Pokemon has the gameplay down, and that's kind of it. So it's like wish that there was a way to combine those two. Maybe Gen 10 will surprise us, but I guess to end this off, why don't you tell me your favorite game that you played all of 2025, and let me know, a game or two that you're hoping to play in 2026.
I'm gonna go with Spider-Man 2 right now. I freaking loved Marvel Spider-Man 2, and in 2026, I think we talking about new releases.
Oh, or old, like if, I don't know if Chrono Trigger is high on your list, jokes aside, or whatever it may be.
I want to play Astrobot.
Mm.
Hopefully, somebody gets me that this year, or maybe I spend my own money on it. I think Astrobot is going to change my life. I think it's going to be incredible. Um, I'm currently playing Clair Obscur, but I want to play Final Fantasy VII Intergrade this year, like as
Mhm.
soon as possible. Honestly, so those are two I want to talk about there.
Nice. I'm gonna be annoying. I have a list of all the games I'm looking forward to this year. I'm gonna read them off, and then there's a couple of extra ones. So the ones that I'm looking forward to playing this year, hopefully, are Resident Evil Requiem, Mass PI for Hire, Life is Strange Reunion, Coffee Talk Tokyo, The Adventures of Elliot, The Millennium Tales, Fire Emblem Fortress Weave, Marvel's Wolverine, Rhythm Heaven Groove, Orbital's Mina the Hollower, Kenna Scars of Cosmora, and Castlevania Belmont's Curse.
Wolverine's gonna change my life too.
I'm
I'm
very
excited
excited.
for
It's
that.
gonna be good. I'm definitely the most excited for all of them is Fire Emblem, but also Kenna because Kenna Bridge of Spirits. I absolutely love that game. So the fact it's getting a sequel, can't wait. And in terms of old stuff, I really want to try to knock Morrowind and Daggerfall, get some more Elder Scrolls games actually finished under my belt. But yeah, last year I played so many games that this year I want to play less games. That's my goal. Is read more and watch more movies and TV shows. Kind of you know give time to my other hobbies. But I had a great time playing games last year, and I know I'll have a great time this year. And I had a great time talking to you, my friend.
Absolutely. Also, you mentioned Mouse PI for Hire. I'm excited to check that out.
Yeah, that looks
That
good.
game looks crazy.
But yeah, if you somehow made it, I think by the time I'm done editing, there's gonna be about a 4.5 hour podcast. So if you made it to the end, make sure you comment bird doggers down below. Um, thank you all for listening and indulging. And we will see you all next year. So
You only have to wait like 9 months this
that's
time.
true because we're super fucking late. But thank you all for listening. And take care.
Thank you.